Hello there, my restless souls. Tonight, beneath the wild pulse of the full moon, we'll step into the world of Jacob Black, a boy bound by fire and fury, whose heart beats louder than the storm. This is not the cold shimmer of vampires, but the raw heat of the wolf. A place where loyalty runs deeper than blood, where every heartbeat is a promise, and every transformation a curse. So, close your eyes. Feel the earth tremble beneath your feet. Listen to the whisper of the forest, and let the howl of the night lead you into a story where love burns brighter than sunlight, and the beast within never sleeps. Jacob Black entered the world on a winter day, when the Pacific storms battered the Washington coast with their usual fury, rain hammering against the windows of the small red house on the Quileute Reservation in La Push. His father, Billy Black, held his son for the first time with hands that were still strong then. Before the accident, before the wheelchair, his mother, Sarah, looked down at the baby with tired joy, her dark hair plastered to her forehead with sweat, her smile wide despite the exhaustion. They had 2 daughters already, Rebecca and Rachel, twins who were 9 years old and decidedly unimpressed by the squalling red bundle that had taken their mother's attention for the last 24 hours. The house sat near the edge of the reservation, close enough to the forest that you could hear the wind moving through the trees at night, close enough to the ocean that the smell of salt and seaweed was a constant presence. It was small, maybe a little shabby even then, with weathered siding and a porch that sagged slightly in the middle. But it was home. It sat on land that had belonged to the Black family for generations. Land that carried the weight of history in every handful of soil. La Push itself was a small community, no more than a few hundred people living on the reservation's modest acreage. Most families had been there for centuries, their roots running deeper than the ancient trees that surrounded them. The Blacks, the Clearwaters, the Ulis, the Eteras, the Calls. Names that appeared in the old stories, in the legends that the elders still told around fires when the salmon ran, or when the winter storms kept everyone indoors. Jacob's earliest memories were fragmented things, the way all childhood memories are. The smell of his mother's hair when she held him, the sound of his father's laugh, deep and genuine, his sisters arguing over something trivial, their voices rising and falling like music. The garage behind the house, always filled with the smell of motor oil and old metal, where his father kept a series of projects in various states of completion. Billy Black was a big man then, before the accident confined him to a wheelchair. Tall and broad-shouldered, with hands that could tear down an engine and rebuild it better than it had been. He worked whatever jobs came his way, but his real love was for cars and motorcycles, for the way machines fit together with purpose and logic. He'd spend hours in that garage, and as Jacob grew from infant to toddler to small boy, he'd toddle out to watch his father work. Billy would let him hand over tools, even when Jacob grabbed the wrong one, would let him turn screws even when they were already loose, would explain what each part did, speaking to his son like he was an adult who could understand, rather than a child still learning to form complete sentences. Those hours in the garage, the patient instruction, the casual inclusion in the work, they built something between father and son that would last through everything that came after. Sarah Black was different from Billy in all the ways that mattered. Where he was quiet and steady, she was bright and quick, her laughter filling the house like light. She taught at the tribal school, working with the youngest children, and she brought that same patient energy home with her. She told stories the way the old ones did, with gestures and voices, making Jacob and his sisters laugh until their stomachs hurt. She taught Jacob about the ocean, took him down to First Beach when he was still small enough to ride on her hip, showed him how to look for sand dollars and agates among the rocks. She taught him the names of the birds that wheeled overhead, the gulls and eagles and ravens, taught him which berries were safe to eat when they grew wild along the forest edges, which plants had roots you could dig up and use for medicine or food. The reservation was its own world, small enough that everyone knew everyone, that privacy was more concept than reality, that your business was everyone's business whether you wanted it that way or not. But there was comfort in that too, in knowing that if something happened, if you needed help, there would be someone there. The community took care of its own, always had, always would. Jacob's sisters were 9 years older, which meant they occupied a completely different sphere of existence. By the time he was old enough to want to play with them, they were teenagers with better things to do than entertain a little brother. Rebecca was the practical one, organized and determined, already making plans to leave the reservation as soon as she graduated. Rachel was softer, more inclined to include Jacob in things, but still too old to really bridge the gap. They fought the way siblings do, over nothing and everything, over who got to sit in the front seat of the car, over whose turn it was to do dishes, over borrowed clothes and broken promises. But underneath the bickering was love, the kind of love that doesn't need to be spoken because it's simply there, fundamental as gravity. When Jacob was 6 years old, everything changed. The accident happened on a wet November night, the kind of night when the rain fell so hard it was difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. Sarah had gone to Port Angeles for supplies, making the drive she'd made 100 times before. Billy had stayed home with the kids, helping Jacob with homework at the kitchen table, while the girls watched television in the living room. The call came just after 8. Charlie Swan, the police chief in Forks, his voice tight and formal in the way it got when he was delivering bad news. There'd been an accident. A semi-truck had jackknifed on the highway. Sarah's car had been hit. She was being taken to the hospital in Forks, and Billy needed to come now. Billy had called old Quill to watch the kids, had driven through that same rain to the hospital where Sarah lay in the emergency room. Jacob wouldn't learn the details until he was older, wouldn't understand for years what internal injuries meant, what the doctors meant when they said they'd done everything they could. All he knew that night was that his father left and didn't come back until morning. And when he did return, he was in a wheelchair and his eyes were empty. Sarah Black died 3 days after the accident. She never woke up from the coma the impact had put her in. Billy had been in the car with her, thrown from the vehicle, his spine damaged badly enough that the doctors said he'd likely never walk again. So, in the space of 72 hours, Jacob lost his mother and watched his father transform from the strong, capable man who fixed engines into someone who needed help with things that used to be simple. The funeral was the first time Jacob really understood that death was permanent, that his mother wasn't sleeping, wasn't away on a trip, wasn't coming back. He stood between his sisters at the burial, Rachel holding his hand so tight it hurt, and watched them lower the casket into the ground. The entire reservation seemed to be there, all those familiar faces wearing expressions of grief and sympathy. People kept touching his head, his shoulder, murmuring things he didn't really hear. After that, the house felt different, quieter. Billy retreated into himself for a while, the grief and the sudden disability combining into something dark that he had to work through alone. Rebecca and Rachel, suddenly forced into adult roles at 18, tried to hold things together. They cooked and cleaned and took care of Jacob, fought with each other about whose responsibility what was, cried in their shared bedroom when they thought no one could hear. But the reservation community did what it always did. Meals appeared on the doorstep. Old Quillan Quilatira Sr. came by to help Billy with things he couldn't manage from the wheelchair. Sue Clearwater, whose husband Harry was Billy's friend, organized a rotation of women to help with the house, with Jacob, with all the practical things that threatened to overwhelm them. Slowly, gradually, Billy found his way back, not to who he'd been before that man was gone, left behind in the wreckage on the highway, but to someone new, someone who had to rebuild his sense of self around this new reality. The wheelchair became an extension of him. He learned what he could still do, what he'd have to do differently, what he'd need help with, and he threw himself back into the garage. If anything, the mechanical work became more important, a way to prove he was still capable, still useful. He couldn't walk, but his hands were fine. His mind was sharp, and an engine didn't care whether you were standing or sitting when you worked on it. Jacob spent even more time in the garage after that. Helping his father became something more than just learning about cars. It became a way for them to be together without having to talk about the enormous thing that had happened to them. They could lose themselves in the work, in the clean logic of how parts fit together, and forget for a while about everything they'd lost. Rebecca left for college when Jacob was 7, heading to Hawaii for school, and never really coming back, except for brief visits. Rachel stuck around longer, but she left too eventually, unable to stay in the place where everything reminded her of their mother. By the time Jacob was 10, it was just him and Billy in the little red house, two black men figuring out how to be a family despite everything. Billy's role in the tribe became more prominent in the years after Sarah's death. He'd always been respected, always been part of the council, but now he seemed to embrace it more fully. He was a keeper of the stories, one of the elders who remembered the old ways, who could recite the legends that had been passed down through generations. On summer evenings and long winter nights, when the tribe gathered for ceremonies or celebrations, Billy would tell the old stories. His voice would take on a different quality, deeper and more rhythmic, the way the storytellers of old had spoken. Jacob would sit in the circle with the other kids, watching his father's face in the firelight, listening to tales that seemed impossible, but were told with such conviction that you almost had to believe them. The stories were always the same, with minor variations depending on the teller. Stories about the spirit warriors, the first Quileutes, who had the power to leave their bodies and walk as spirits. Stories about the cold ones, beautiful vampires who killed without mercy, who had been the tribe's ancient enemies. Stories about the treaty made by Jacob's own great-grandfather, Ephraim Black, with a family of cold ones who claimed to be different, who didn't hunt humans. The cold ones, Billy would explain, were not allowed on Quileute land. The treaty had prohibited it for decades. In exchange, the Quileutes would not reveal what the cold ones were to the pale faces, would keep their secret as long as they kept their distance. It was an uneasy peace, built on mutual benefit and maintained through respect for boundaries. And there were stories about the shapeshifters, the spirit warriors who could take the form of great wolves to defend the tribe. How the power ran in certain bloodlines, passed from father to son, mother to daughter, waiting dormant until it was needed. How, when the cold ones came near, when danger threatened, the wolf spirit would wake and choose its warriors. Young Jacob listened to these stories with a mix of fascination and skepticism. They were good stories, told well, and they made the long winter evenings pass more quickly. But they were just stories, weren't they? Myths and legends, the kind of thing every culture had. Entertaining but not real, not actually true. Billy would catch his eye sometimes across the fire, and Jacob would see something in his father's expression. A weight, maybe. A knowing, as if Billy understood that his son didn't believe, and also understood that belief would come whether Jacob was ready for it or not. The other kids on the reservation listened with varying degrees of attention. Quill Atiara V, who was Jacob's age and his best friend, loved the stories unironically, soaking up every detail and asking for more. Embrycall, quieter and more thoughtful, listened with the same polite interest he brought to everything. The older kids, the teenagers, mostly ignored the storytelling, too cool for the old legends, more interested in whatever drama was unfolding in their own lives. Sam Yulee was one of those older kids, a few years ahead of Jacob in school. Tall and serious even as a teenager, Sam was being groomed for leadership. Everyone could see it. He was old Quill's great-nephew, and he listened to the stories with an intensity that suggested he believed every word. But then, when Jacob was around 12, Sam changed. He'd always been big, but suddenly he was huge, muscles appearing overnight, his frame filling out in a way that didn't seem natural. He cut his hair short, started spending all his time with Jared Cameron, another kid who'd undergone the same sudden transformation. They moved differently, carried themselves with a strange new confidence that was almost intimidating, and they spent a lot of time in the woods, often disappearing for days at a time. The adults knew what was happening. You could see it in the way they looked at Sam, in the respect that suddenly colored their interactions with him. But they didn't talk about it, at least not where the younger kids could hear. It was secret, sacred, something that would be explained when the time came, and not before. Jacob noticed, of course. Hard not to notice when someone you'd known your whole life suddenly became someone almost unrecognizable. But when he asked his father about it, Billy had just smiled that knowing smile and said Sam was going through some changes that everyone did when they got older. The non-answer was more frustrating than no answer at all. Life on the reservation followed its familiar patterns. School on weekdays, homework at the kitchen table, hours in the garage on the weekends. Jacob grew tall and gangly, all arms and legs that didn't quite coordinate properly. He was clumsy in a way that was almost comical, tripping over his own feet, knocking things over, moving through space like he wasn't quite sure where his limbs ended and the world began. But his hands were good. They understood engines the way some people understood music or math. He could take apart a carburetor and put it back together, could diagnose problems by sound, could look at a pile of parts and see how they fit together into something functional. Billy watched his son work with obvious pride, seeing himself reflected in Jacob's natural mechanical aptitude. Quill and Embry were constants in Jacob's life, the three of them forming a tight unit that everyone on the reservation recognized. They were always together, a unit, finishing each other's sentences and communicating in the shorthand that came from years of friendship. They built things together, took apart things together, got into the kind of minor trouble that was expected of boys their age. They talked about leaving sometimes, the way kids always do, about going to college somewhere far away, seeing the world beyond La Push and Forks. But it was abstract, not real plans so much as pleasant fantasies. The reservation had gravity. It held people. Most who left came back eventually, drawn by ties that were harder to break than they seemed. When Jacob was 14, Charlie Swan started bringing his daughter to La Push again. She'd visited as a child, Jacob vaguely remembered, but then the visits had stopped. Bella, her name was Isabella Swan, though apparently she hated her full name. She lived in Phoenix with her mother, came to Forks for a few weeks each summer to visit Charlie. Jacob remembered her from when they were young, a quiet girl with brown hair and serious eyes who'd followed him and Quill around the beach, content to play whatever games they invented. They'd built driftwood forts together, explored tide pools, thrown stones at the waves. Easy, uncomplicated friendship the way childhood friendships are, unforced and natural. But then she'd stopped coming, and Jacob had been young enough not to really question it. Kids came and went from your life at that age. It was normal, expected. Now she was back, or at least visiting again, and Billy would go fishing with Charlie while Jacob was left to entertain himself. Sometimes he'd see Bella at a distance, walking the beach with her father, but they didn't interact. She was older now, a teenager, and she seemed uncomfortable in her own skin. In a way Jacob understood all too well. The garage became more of a refuge as Jacob got older, a place where things made sense, where problems had solutions, where if something was broken, you could fix it. Billy was still his primary teacher, but Jacob was learning from other sources too. Old car manuals he'd collected from yard sales, forums on the internet, accessed through the old computer Billy had set up in the corner of the garage. Trial and error, the best teacher of all. By the time he was 15, Jacob was good enough to help other people on the reservation with their car troubles. Not for money usually, though sometimes people would slip him a few dollars or bring over food as payment, mostly just because he could, because he liked the work, because there was satisfaction in making something broken work again. His friendship with Quill and Embry remained solid, but they were starting to diverge in small ways. Quill was more interested in girls, in the social dynamics of school, in being popular. Embry was more introspective, spending time alone, reading constantly. Jacob was somewhere in between, social enough, but still preferring the garage to parties, comfortable with people, but never quite at the center of things. They talked about Sam Yulee sometimes, about the strange transformation he'd undergone. Jared Cameron had followed, and then Paul LaHote, another kid from the reservation, who'd been volatile and angry even before his sudden change. They formed a group, these enlarged teenage boys, and they spent all their time together, disappearing into the woods for days, coming back tired and quiet. The adults called them protectors, speaking in tones that suggested pride and something else, fear, maybe, or respect. It was clear that whatever had happened to them was connected to the old stories, to the legends Billy told. But how could that be? How could any of that be real? Jacob didn't believe, couldn't believe, because if the stories about the shapeshifters were true, then the stories about the cold ones were probably true too. And that was impossible. Vampires didn't exist. People didn't turn into wolves. It was mythology, cultural heritage, stories meant to teach lessons or preserve history, not literal truth. But sometimes, late at night, when he couldn't sleep, Jacob would lie in bed and listen to the wind in the trees and wonder, the certainty of the adults, the transformation of Sam and the others, the way Billy would look at him sometimes with that same knowing expression, as if waiting for something inevitable. The summer he turned 16, everything began to change. January arrived cold and grey, the way it always did in the Pacific Northwest, with rain that fell in sheets and wind that came straight off the ocean carrying the taste of salt and seaweed. Jacob was 16 now, taller than his father even with Billy in the wheelchair, his frame still catching up to his height in that awkward adolescent way. He'd grown his hair longer, letting it fall past his shoulders the way many of the guys on the reservation did, tied back with whatever was handy when he worked in the garage. He was under the hood of a Chevy when his father rolled into the garage on a Saturday morning, the wheelchair navigating the concrete floor with practiced ease. Billy had that particular expression he wore when he had news, a sort of contained amusement that suggested he knew something Jacob would find interesting. "Charlie's daughter is moving back to Forks," Billy said without preamble, permanently this time, coming to live with him. Jacob straightened up from the engine, wiping his hands on a rag that was already black with grease. "Bella?" he asked. "Isabella Swan?" "That's the one." Billy's expression shifted to something more thoughtful. "Charlie says she insisted on it, wants to give her mother and that new husband some space. Phil, I think his name is, baseball player." Jacob vaguely remembered the summers when Bella had visited as kids, those easy days on the beach building driftwood fortresses and exploring tide pools. But that had been years ago. He tried to imagine what she looked like now, couldn't quite form a picture from the hazy memories of a serious little girl with tangled brown hair. "When's she coming?" Jacob asked, more to be polite than because he was particularly invested. "Soon. Week or two." Billy wheeled closer, examining Jacob's work on the Chevy's engine with an experienced eye. "Charlie mentioned his truck died. That old Chevy he's been driving since before you were born. I told him about that truck Harry's got. Harry Clearwater, Sue's husband, had a 1953 Chevy pickup sitting in his yard. It had been sitting there for years, slowly rusting, a project Harry had started and never quite finished. The engine was good though, or at least it had been the last time anyone checked. Billy had helped Harry get it running years ago, back before the accident. And it had been Harry's pride and joy for a while, before other projects distracted him. "You thinking of selling it to Charlie?" Jacob asked. "Thinking of giving it to him. For Bella." Billy's expression held that knowing quality again, the one that suggested layers Jacob wasn't quite seeing. "Thought maybe you could help me get it running first. Make sure it's safe for a teenage girl to drive." And that was how Jacob ended up spending the next 2 weeks working on the truck that would belong to Isabella Swan. Harry was happy to let it go, said he'd never get around to finishing it anyway, and it was better the truck went to someone who'd use it. They towed it to Billy's garage, and Jacob threw himself into the work with his usual focus. The truck was in better shape than he'd expected. The body was solid despite the rust. The engine turned over after some coaxing, and most of the mechanical issues were things he could fix with parts from the junkyard or ordered cheap online. He replaced the battery, changed the oil, fixed a leak in the radiator, adjusted the carburetor, put in new brake pads, checked the suspension, made sure the steering was responsive. Billy supervised, offering suggestions and encouragement, telling Jacob stories about when the truck was new, about the history of vehicles like this one. They worked well together, always had. The garage a place where words weren't necessary, where the work itself was the communication. Quill and Embry came by one afternoon, hanging around while Jacob worked, making jokes about him fixing up a truck for some girl he didn't even remember. Quill was dating someone from school, a sophomore named Jessica, and he'd become insufferable about it, acting like he was suddenly an expert on relationships because a girl had agreed to hold his hand at the movies. "You don't even know what she looks like now," Quill said, perched on the workbench, eating chips. "Could be hideous. She's Charlie's daughter," Embry pointed out reasonably. "Charlie's not hideous. Probably she's normal looking. Doesn't matter what she looks like," Jacob said, his head under the hood, voice muffled. "I'm just fixing the truck, not marrying her." But he was curious, despite himself, wondered what kind of person chose to move to Forks from Phoenix. Phoenix was sunny, warm, the kind of place people dreamed about escaping to from the endless grey of the Pacific Northwest. What would make someone leave sunshine for rain? The truck was finished the day before Bella was scheduled to arrive. Jacob took it for a test drive, the engine roaring to life with a sound that was louder than modern vehicles, but somehow more honest. The truck handled well, drove smooth, and he felt a little surge of pride at the work he'd done. Billy rode along in the passenger seat, his wheelchair folded in the truck bed, and they drove down to First Beach just to make sure everything worked the way it should. "It's a good truck," Billy said as they sat in the parking area overlooking the ocean. "She'll be safe in this." "Built like a tank," Jacob nodded, watching the waves crash against the rocks. The beach was empty this time of year, too cold and wet for tourists. Just a few locals walking dogs or collecting driftwood. He'd spent so much of his childhood here, knew every rock and tide pool, could navigate the beach blindfolded if he had to. The next day, Charlie came to pick up the truck. He looked it over with obvious approval, ran his hand along the fender with something like nostalgia in his expression. "This was a good truck," he said to Billy. "Thanks for thinking of us. Jacob's the one who did all the work," Billy said, gesturing to his son. "Practically rebuilt the engine." Charlie turned to Jacob, his expression serious in that law enforcement way he had even when he was off duty. "Appreciate it, Jacob. Really. Bella's going to love it." Jacob mumbled something appropriate, suddenly shy under the police chief's direct attention. Charlie had always been around, a constant presence in their lives through his friendship with Billy, but there was something about the man's complete focus that was intimidating, like he could see through whatever facade you were presenting to the truth underneath. After Charlie left, driving the truck carefully down the muddy road toward the highway, Billy looked at Jacob with that knowing expression again. "You did good work," he said quietly. "That truck will last her a long time." The implication hung in the air between them, something unspoken about the future, about the role this truck and its owner might play in Jacob's life. But Billy didn't elaborate, and Jacob didn't ask, and the moment passed into the comfortable silence they usually shared. Bella arrived in Forks on a Saturday. Jacob heard about it from his father, who'd heard from Charlie, the information passing through the small networks that connected their communities. She'd flown into Seattle, Charlie had picked her up, and they'd made the drive back to Forks through typical January rain. The truck was waiting for her at Charlie's house, a surprise, and apparently she'd loved it immediately. Jacob felt oddly pleased by this news, even though he'd never met this version of Bella Swan. It was satisfying to know his work had been appreciated, that the hours he'd spent getting the truck running hadn't been wasted. He didn't expect to see her so soon. She appeared at his house 3 days later, mid-morning on a Tuesday when Jacob was in the garage, working on a motorcycle he and Quill were trying to resurrect from a pile of parts. He heard a vehicle pull up, heard the distinctive rumble of the old Chevy's engine, and looked up to see her climbing out of the cab. His first thought was that she looked exactly as he'd remembered, and nothing like he'd remembered simultaneously. The serious brown eyes were the same, the pale skin that suggested she didn't spend much time in the Sunday. But she was taller now, obviously, and moved with a particular kind of careful grace that suggested she was used to being clumsy and was actively trying not to be. Her hair was longer, falling past her shoulders, and she wore jeans and a raincoat that looked too thin for the weather. "Jacob?" she said, approaching the garage with visible uncertainty. "Jacob Black?" He stood up, suddenly aware of the grease on his hands and clothes, the fact that his hair was probably a mess. "Bella," he said, and smiled because it felt like the right thing to do. Bella Swan. Her face transformed when she smiled back, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "I wasn't sure you'd remember me. It's been so long, I remember. We built that fort on the beach one summer. The one that collapsed during high tide. Oh God, yes." Bella laughed, and the sound was genuine, unforced. "My dad was so mad we got our clothes soaked. Your dad thought it was hilarious." They stood there for a moment, two people who'd been children together, trying to figure out how to be something like friends again. Jacob broke the awkwardness by gesturing to the truck. "How's it running? I worked on that for you. Me and my dad." "Really?" Bella's expression shifted to something touched, pleased. "I love it. It's perfect. I mean, it's loud and the radio doesn't work, but it's exactly what I needed." "I could fix the radio," Jacob offered. "If you want. It's probably just the wiring." "That would be amazing," Bella said, and then seemed to gather herself for something. "Actually, that's kind of why I'm here. I mean, not just the radio. I wanted to thank you for the truck. But also, I have kind of a weird favor to ask." Jacob waited, curious despite himself. Bella looked embarrassed, a flush rising in her pale cheeks. "I have these motorcycles," she said in a rush. "2 of them. I found them at a junkyard, and I bought them on impulse because they were cheap. But they're completely broken, and I have no idea how to fix them. I was wondering if maybe you could help me. I can pay you or help you with whatever you're working on, or whatever." She was looking at him with such obvious hope, such transparent need for him to say yes, that Jacob found himself agreeing before he'd really thought it through. "Yeah, sure," he said. "I can look at them. Motorcycles aren't that different from cars once you get down to it." Bella's smile was brilliant, transforming her face from pretty to something more. "Really? Oh my God, thank you. They're in my truck." "Well, the parts are. They're kind of scattered." They spent the next hour unloading pieces of 2 motorcycles from the bed of the Chevy, spreading them out on the garage floor, while Billy watched with amused interest from his spot near the workbench. The bikes were in terrible shape, rusty and incomplete, and Jacob could already see this was going to be a significant project. But something about Bella's enthusiasm was infectious. Her obvious excitement about learning to ride, despite having no experience whatsoever. "Why motorcycles?" Jacob asked as they sorted through parts, trying to figure out what belonged to which bike. Bella hesitated, and he could see her choosing her words carefully. "I want something different," she said finally. "Something that's just mine, you know, something exciting." It wasn't the whole truth. Jakob could tell. There was something underneath her words, some motivation she wasn't sharing. But he didn't push. Everyone had their reasons for wanting things, and those reasons were their own business unless they chose to share. They made a deal. Bella would come over whenever she had time, and Jakob would teach her how to fix the motorcycles. In exchange, she'd help him with whatever projects he had going, be an extra set of hands, learn as they worked. It was a good arrangement, mutually beneficial, and it gave structure to what might otherwise have been an awkward rekindling of a childhood friendship. She started coming over regularly, 2 or 3 times a week at first, then more often, until it seemed like she was at the Black House more than she was anywhere else. They worked on the motorcycles in the garage, Jakob explaining what each part did, showing her how things fit together. She was a quick learner, picking up the logic of mechanical systems faster than he'd expected, and they talked. At first it was small talk, the kind of superficial conversation you had with someone you were getting to know. School, friends, the differences between Forks and Phoenix. But gradually it deepened into something more real. Bella told him about her mother, Renee, who sounded flighty and impulsive and loving in equal measure. About her new stepfather, Phil, who was nice enough but played minor league baseball and was gone constantly. About feeling like she needed to give them space to build their marriage without her in the way. Jakob talked about losing his mother, something he rarely discussed with anyone outside his immediate family, about what it was like growing up on the reservation, the good and the bad of such a close-knit community, about his dreams of maybe leaving someday, seeing the world beyond La Push and Forks. Though he didn't know if he actually would, they developed a rhythm, an easy back and forth that felt natural in a way his friendships with Quill and Embry sometimes didn't anymore. Bella didn't care about the social politics of school, wasn't interested in gossip or drama. She just wanted to work on the bikes and talk about real things and escape from whatever was bothering her, though she never quite said what that was. Jakob noticed she got a distant look sometimes, like she was hearing something no one else could hear. She'd pause mid-sentence, go very still, and her expression would shift into something complicated. Longing, maybe, or pain. Then she'd shake it off and come back to the present, back to the garage and the work and their conversation. He didn't ask about it, figured she'd tell him if she wanted to, and if she didn't, that was her right. Everyone had their ghosts. February arrived with slightly less rain than January, but temperatures that hovered just above freezing. Bella started spending whole Saturdays at the garage, arriving mid-morning and staying until Billy kicked them out for dinner. She was easy to be around, didn't require constant entertainment or conversation, was comfortable with the silences that fell between them while they worked. Quill and Embry met her one afternoon when they stopped by unannounced. Quill immediately went into flirt mode, the way he did with any girl who wasn't his girlfriend, all exaggerated charm and careful compliments. Embry was quieter, assessing, and Jakob could see him trying to figure out what exactly was going on between Jakob and Bella. "She's cool," Quill said later, after Bella had left. "Kind of weird, but cool. You guys dating?" "No," Jakob said, more sharply than he'd intended. "We're friends, just friends." But something had shifted, he realized. Somewhere between sorting motorcycle parts and explaining how a clutch worked, between easy conversations and comfortable silences, his feelings had gotten complicated. He looked forward to Bella's visits with an anticipation that went beyond friendly interest. He noticed things about her he shouldn't be noticing. The way she bit her lip when she was concentrating. The rare, genuine laugh that was different from her polite laugh. The way her eyes crinkled when she smiled. He had a crush on Bella Swan. When had that happened? And more importantly, what was he supposed to do about it? Bella, meanwhile, seemed oblivious. She treated him like a friend. A good friend, maybe, but nothing suggested she saw him as anything more. And there was something else, some shadow that followed her around. She mentioned Forks High occasionally, the friends she'd made there, but she never talked about anyone with particular enthusiasm. No mention of dating anyone. No stories about crushes or relationships. One Saturday in late February, they were working on the bikes when Bella suddenly asked if Jacob ever went to the movies in Port Angeles. The question seemed to come from nowhere, interrupting a conversation about spark plugs. Sometimes, Jacob said, looking up from the engine he was rebuilding. Why? There's a group going this weekend. Some people from school. She was very deliberately not looking at him, focused on the wrench in her hands with unusual intensity. I was wondering if you wanted to come, if you're not busy. Jacob felt something warm bloom in his chest. She was inviting him to hang out with her school friends, introducing him into that part of her life. That meant something, didn't it? Yeah, sure, he said, trying to sound casual. Sounds fun. The movie theater trip was scheduled for Saturday night. Bella picked him up at his house, the old Chevy rumbling up to the red house just as the sun was setting. Jacob had agonized over what to wear, changing shirts 3 times before settling on something he hoped looked casually nice. Billy had watched this preparation with barely concealed amusement, making no comment but clearly finding his son's nervousness entertaining. The drive to Port Angeles took about an hour, Bella navigating the wet roads with careful attention. She seemed nervous, talking more than usual, filling the silence with observations about nothing. Jacob wondered if she was nervous about him meeting her friends, or nervous about something else entirely. They met the others at the theater, a group of 4 from Bella's school, kids Jacob vaguely recognized from seeing around town. Mike Newton, who seemed to immediately not like Jacob despite having never met him before. Jessica Stanley, who was dating Mike and kept shooting Bella knowing looks. Angela Weber, who seemed genuinely nice, and her boyfriend Ben. And Tyler Crowley, who kept trying to stand too close to Bella in a way that made Jacob's jaw tighten. The movie they'd chosen was some action thing, lots of explosions and minimal plot. Jacob found himself not paying much attention to the screen, too aware of the dynamics playing out in their row of seats. Mike had tried to sit next to Bella, but Jacob had beaten him to it, and now Mike was radiating hostility from 2 seats over. Tyler, on Bella's other side, kept trying to share her armrest, kept leaning toward her to whisper comments about the movie. Halfway through the film, Mike excused himself, muttering something about the bathroom. He came back looking pale and sweaty, stumbling slightly, and whispered something to Jessica about not feeling well. They had a brief, whispered argument, and then Mike was leaving the theater entirely, Jessica following with obvious irritation. After the movie, they stood in the theater lobby, discussing what to do next. Mike and Jessica were gone. Angela and Ben wanted to get dinner. Tyler was suggesting they all go to some diner he knew. His attention focused on Bella with transparent interest. Actually, Bella said, her voice careful, we should probably head back. Long drive, and I told my dad I'd be home at a reasonable hour. On the walk back to where they'd parked, 3 men approached them on the street. They were older, early 20s maybe, and there was something in their body language that made Jacob immediately tense. The way they spread out, blocking the sidewalk, the way they looked at Bella with too much interest. "Hey," one of them said, his voice falsely friendly. "You girls need a ride somewhere?" "We're fine," Bella said, her voice tight, trying to move around them. But they moved too, maintaining the blockade. "Don't be like that. We're just being friendly." Jacob stepped forward, putting himself between Bella and the men. His body felt strange, too hot, energy coursing through him in a way he didn't quite understand. "She said we're fine," he said, and his voice came out deeper than usual, carrying an edge of threat. The three men looked at him, really looked at him, and something in Jacob's expression or posture made them reconsider whatever they'd been planning. The lead guy held up his hands in mock surrender. "Easy, man. We're just talking." They backed off, melting into the evening crowd, but Jacob could feel their eyes on them as he guided Bella back toward her truck. His heart was hammering, adrenaline flooding his system, and he felt weirdly off balance, like his body was too big for his skin. "Are you okay?" Bella asked once they were in the truck, her voice shaking slightly. "I'm fine. Are you?" "Yeah, thanks to you." She started the engine, her hands trembling slightly on the wheel. "God, that was scary. If you hadn't been there, but I was," Jacob said firmly, "and nothing happened. You're safe." The drive back to La Push was quiet. Jacob felt strange, feverish almost, his skin too hot, and his thoughts moving too fast. He wondered if he was getting sick, if maybe whatever Mike had caught was contagious, but it didn't feel like normal sick. It felt like something else, something he couldn't quite name. When Bella dropped him off at his house, she touched his arm gently. "Thank you for coming tonight," she said, "for being there. I'm really glad you came." "Me too," Jacob said, and meant it despite the weirdness of the evening. Inside, Billy was still awake, reading in the living room. He looked up when Jacob entered, and his expression shifted immediately to something alert, concerned. "You're burning up," Billy said. "Come here." Jacob approached, and Billy reached up to touch his forehead. His father's hand felt cool against Jacob's skin, which didn't make sense because Billy's hands were always warm. "How are you feeling?" Billy asked, his voice careful. "Fine. Tired. Kind of weird. But I think I'm just coming down with something." Billy studied his face for a long moment, and Jacob saw something complicated in his father's expression. Understanding, maybe, or resignation, or both. "Get some sleep," Billy said finally. "We'll see how you feel in the morning." But Jacob could tell his father knew something, could see it in the way Billy watched him head toward his bedroom, could sense it in the weight of his father's gaze. Something was happening, something his father recognized even if Jacob didn't understand it yet. That night, Jacob barely slept. He was too hot, his skin feeling like it was burning from the inside out. He threw off his blankets, opened his window despite the cold February air, but nothing helped. His body ached in strange ways, bones feeling too large, muscles twitching with excess energy. He dreamed fevered dreams about running through forests, about hunting something he couldn't see, about rage and protection and instincts he didn't recognize as his own. When morning came, Jacob felt worse, not better. His temperature had to be over 100, sweat soaking his sheets, and when he tried to stand, the room spun around him. Billy called him in sick from school, his expression grave, and told Jacob to stay in bed and rest. For 3 days, Jacob burned with fever, Billy watched over him with the dedication of someone who knew what was coming, brought him water he couldn't keep down, changed his sweat-soaked sheets multiple times a day. Bella called repeatedly, worried, but Billy told her Jacob was sick with the flu and couldn't come to the phone. On the fourth day, Jacob woke feeling different. The fever had broken, but he felt stronger than he ever had, his senses too sharp, the world too bright and loud. When he looked at himself in the bathroom mirror, he barely recognized the reflection staring back. His face was the same but somehow different, sharper, more defined. His body had changed too, muscles appearing where there had been gangly limbs, his shoulders broader, his whole frame filled out in a way that should have taken months, but had happened in days. Billy was waiting for him in the kitchen, his expression serious. "We need to talk," he said. "And then Sam Yulee is coming over." "Sam?" Jacob's voice came out rough, unused. "Why Sam?" "Because he can explain what's happening to you better than I can," Billy said quietly. "Because he's been through it. Because you're one of them now, Jacob. The fever has chosen you." The words should have made no sense, but somewhere deep inside, in a place that felt ancient and inherited, Jacob understood. The stories hadn't been myths after all. The legends were real, and he was about to discover exactly what that meant. Sam Yulee arrived at noon, his pickup truck pulling into the driveway with the careful precision of someone who'd made this journey many times before. Jacob watched from the window as Sam climbed out, moving with that particular economy of motion that characterized all his movements now, ever since his own transformation years ago. He was massive, easily 6.5 feet tall, with shoulders that seemed to barely fit through doorways, and muscles that spoke of something more than human genetics. Billy had been making phone calls all morning, his voice low and serious as he spoke to Old Quill, to Harry Clearwater, to the other tribal elders. The conversations had been brief, coded in a way that suggested everyone knew what was happening without needing to speak it directly. Jacob's fever had broken. The change was coming. The bloodline had chosen another warrior. Sam knocked once, then let himself in without waiting for invitation. He nodded to Billy with the respect due to an elder, then turned his attention to Jacob with an expression that held understanding and something like sympathy. "Get your shoes," Sam said without preamble. "We need to go for a walk." "Where?" Jacob asked, his voice still rough from days of fever-induced delirium. "The woods. There are things you need to know, things I need to show you, and it's better if we're away from people when I do." Billy wheeled himself closer, reaching up to grip Jacob's wrist with surprising strength. "Listen to Sam," he said quietly. "Listen to everything he tells you. This is your heritage, Jacob, your birthright. What's happening to you happened to your great-grandfather, to his father before him, back through generations. You come from a long line of protectors. Protectors of what?" Jacob asked, though part of him already knew the answer, had known it since waking up changed, had felt it in the way his senses had sharpened, in the strange heat that radiated from his skin. "The tribe," Billy said simply. "Our people, from the cold ones, the vampires from the old stories, the creatures that couldn't exist, that weren't real, that were just mythology told around fires to entertain children and preserve cultural history. Except if Sam was here, if Billy was talking about this with such seriousness, then maybe the myths weren't myths at all." Jacob followed Sam out to his truck, climbing into the passenger seat without argument. They drove in silence away from La Push, toward the densest part of the forest that bordered the reservation. The trees here were ancient, towering Douglas firs and western hemlocks that blocked out most of the daylight, their branches heavy with moss and dripping with the morning's rain. Sam parked on an old logging road, barely more than 2 muddy ruts through the undergrowth. He got out and started walking, and Jacob followed, his new body moving through the terrain with an ease that would have been impossible a week ago. He didn't trip over roots, didn't stumble on the uneven ground, moved with an instinctive grace he'd never possessed. They walked for 20 minutes, deeper into the forest, until they reached a small clearing surrounded by massive trees. Sam stopped there, turned to face Jacob directly. "What do you know about the legends?" Sam asked. "The stories Billy tells at the bonfires." "I know them," Jacob said. "The spirit warriors, the cold ones, the treaty. I've heard them my whole life." "Did you believe them?" Jacob hesitated, then chose honesty. "No. I thought they were just stories, cultural mythology." Sam nodded, as if he'd expected this answer. "That's what I thought too, until 2 years ago, when it happened to me, when I started burning with fever, and my body changed, and I couldn't control what was happening. When I first phased into wolf form." Sam's voice was matter-of-fact, as if he were discussing something as ordinary as the weather. "That's what we call it. The transformation. One moment you're human, the next you're a wolf. A massive wolf, bigger than any natural animal, with strength and speed that shouldn't be possible." Jacob wanted to laugh, to dismiss this as some elaborate prank, but Sam's expression was deadly serious, and more than that, something inside Jacob recognized the truth of what Sam was saying. Some instinct that went deeper than rational thought, deeper than learned skepticism, that understood this was real. "The legends are true," Sam continued. "All of them. The spirit warriors were real, our ancestors who could leave their bodies and walk as spirits, who defended the tribe from threats, both natural and supernatural. When the cold ones appeared, when vampires came to this land and began hunting our people, the spirits found a way to fight back. They bound themselves to wolves, became shapeshifters, took physical form to battle the bloodsuckers. Vampires are real," Jacob said slowly, testing the words, finding them both absurd and somehow inevitable. "Yes, and they're here, in Forks, a family of them, living among humans, pretending to be one of them. They call themselves the Cullens." The name meant nothing to Jacob, but Sam continued before he could say so. "There's a treaty between us and them, made by your great-grandfather, Ephraim Black, with their leader, Carlisle Cullen. They don't come on our land. We don't expose what they are. They claim to be different from other vampires, claim they only feed on animal blood, and as long as they keep to that, as long as they don't hurt humans, we leave them alone." "How many of us are there?" Jacob asked. "How many shapeshifters? Right now?" 3. "Me, Jared Cameron, Paul Lahote." Sam's expression darkened slightly. "Paul's difficult, angry, has trouble controlling the shift, especially when he's emotional. Jared's solid, been with me from the beginning. And now you." 4. "Why me? Why now?" "The gene passes through bloodlines," Sam explained. "Not everyone carries it, but those who do are potential shifters. It stays dormant until it's triggered, usually by the presence of vampires. When the cold ones are near, when the threat is close enough, the gene activates. You phase for the first time, and after that, you're one of us, part of the pack." "Pack," Jacob repeated. "We're a pack, like actual wolves." "Yes, and that means something specific. something you need to understand before you phase for the first time. When you're in wolf form, we share a pack mind. We can hear each other's thoughts, all of them. There's no privacy, no secrets. Everything you think, everything you feel, we know, and you'll know everything about us. The implications of this hit Jacob like physical force. No privacy, every thought exposed, every secret, every shame, every private moment laid bare for others to witness. The idea was horrifying, invasive in a way he couldn't quite articulate. "I know," Sam said quietly, reading Jacob's expression. "I know how it sounds. It was the hardest thing for me to accept too, but it's necessary. The pack mind is what allows us to coordinate, to fight together, to function as a unit. We are literally of one mind when we run, and that connection, that sharing, it creates bonds stronger than anything else. The guys in my pack, they know me better than anyone in the world, and I know them. There's no hiding, but there's also no judgment. We accept each other completely because we have no choice but to understand each other completely." "What if I don't want this?" Jacob asked, though he already knew the answer. "What if I want to stay human?" "It's too late for that. The fever chose you. The gene activated. You're going to phase whether you want to or not." Sam's voice was gentle but firm. The first time is usually triggered by anger, by extreme emotion. You'll feel it building, like heat and pressure, and then suddenly you'll explode into wolf form. It's terrifying the first time, painful, but after that, you learn to control it, learn to shift at will instead of being controlled by emotion. When will it happen? Could be today, could be next week. There's no way to predict, but it will happen. And when it does, you need to remember what I'm telling you now. Don't fight it. Let the shift happen and know that I'll be there. I'll be in your head, guiding you, helping you through it. Sam spent the next hour explaining the mechanics of the pack, how Sam was the alpha, the leader, because he'd phased first, how his word was law, not because he wanted the power, but because the pack needed structure, needed someone to make decisions when things got chaotic, how there were rules they all followed: protect the tribe, kill vampires that threatened humans, keep the secret from outsiders, phase back to human before entering the reservation proper to avoid frightening people. He explained how shapeshifters were different from the werewolves of folklore. They could shift at will once they learned control, weren't bound to the moon's phases. Silver didn't hurt them. They weren't cursed or infected, just carriers of an ancient genetic legacy. They didn't age while they were actively phasing, their bodies frozen in time as long as they continued to shift regularly, which meant Sam, only 19 years old, could potentially look 19 for decades if he kept running. The vampire they were currently hunting was female, Sam explained. Red hair, pale skin, fast and cunning. She'd appeared near Forks months ago, had been testing the boundaries of their territory, playing games with the pack. They'd chased her countless times but never caught her, and her presence was what had triggered the gene activation in both Paul and now Jacob. "Her name is Victoria," Sam said, "and she's dangerous, more dangerous than most vampires because she's smart, strategic. She's after something, we just don't know what yet." Jacob absorbed all of this information with a strange calm that surprised him. It should have been overwhelming, impossible to believe, but instead, it felt like pieces clicking into place, like answers to questions he hadn't known he was asking. The legends that had seemed like quaint stories suddenly revealed themselves as history, as warning, as truth passed down through generations. "One more thing," Sam said as they prepared to leave the clearing. "You can't tell anyone about this. Not Quill, not Embry, not Bella, no one outside the pack, and the tribal elders who already know. The secret is sacred, protected. Breaking it would endanger everyone." Bella. Jacob's stomach dropped. He'd have to lie to her, avoid her, cut her out of his life just when they'd reconnected. The thought was physically painful. "I know she's your friend," Sam said, his voice sympathetic. "I know this is hard, but it's necessary, at least for now. If she starts asking questions, if she figures things out on her own, we'll deal with it then. But you can't just tell her." They drove back to La Push in silence, Jacob's mind racing with everything he'd learned. The world had fundamentally changed in the space of a few hours. Magic was real, monsters were real, and he was something in between, something that defied rational explanation. Billy was waiting when they returned, his expression carefully neutral. Sam stayed for a few more minutes, gave Billy a significant look that communicated something wordless between them, then left with a promise to check on Jacob the next day. "How are you feeling?" Billy asked once they were alone. "Overwhelmed," Jacob admitted. "Like everything I thought I knew is wrong." "Not wrong, just incomplete." Billy wheeled closer, gestured for Jacob to sit. "The stories I told you, the legends, they were true, all of them. I tried to prepare you, tried to make sure you knew your heritage, even if I couldn't tell you directly what it meant. Your great-grandfather Ephraim was a shapeshifter. He led the pack in his time, made the treaty with the Cullens, and his father before him, and his father before that, back through more generations than we can count. This is in your blood, Jacob. It's who you are. Did you know? Did you know it would happen to me? I suspected." Billy's expression was complicated, layers of emotion Jacob couldn't quite read. When Sam phased, when the gene started activating again after decades of dormancy, I knew it was possible. Knew that if the threat was real enough, if the vampires came close enough, the bloodline would respond. I'd hoped maybe you'd be spared, that the gene would skip you, let you live a normal life. But I also knew that hoping didn't change reality. "Are you disappointed?" Jacob asked quietly. "That I'm not normal?" Billy reached out, gripped Jacob's shoulder with surprising strength. "I'm proud," he said firmly. "Proud that you're carrying on the tradition. Proud that you'll protect our people the way our ancestors did. This is a gift, Jacob, even though it doesn't feel like one right now. You've been chosen for something important." Over the next 3 days, Jacob existed in a strange liminal space, waiting for the first shift, feeling it building inside him like pressure behind a dam. His senses had sharpened to an almost painful degree. He could hear conversations happening in houses down the street, could smell things that should have been too faint to detect. His body temperature remained high, hovering around 108 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough that he didn't need a jacket even when he went outside in the February cold. Bella called repeatedly. Billy told her Jacob was still sick, needed rest, couldn't come to the phone. Each time, Jacob could hear the worry in her voice through the door, could sense her growing distress at his continued absence. It hurt to avoid her, to let her think he was sick or angry, or just didn't want to talk to her. But Sam's words echoed in his mind. The secret is sacred, protected. He couldn't tell her, which meant he couldn't talk to her at all. Not yet. Not until he had better control over what was happening to him. The first shift came on the 4th day after Sam's explanation. triggered by something absurdly mundane. Jacob was in the garage, trying to distract himself with work on a carburetor that didn't need fixing. Paul Lahote showed up unannounced, walking into the garage with the aggressive swagger that seemed to characterize everything he did. "So you're the new guy," Paul said, looking Jacob up and down with obvious skepticism. "Sam thinks you're ready to join the pack." "I didn't ask to join anything," Jacob said, keeping his voice neutral. "This isn't exactly a choice." "Everything's a choice," Paul shot back. "You could fight it, try to stay human, though that never works out well." There was something in Paul's tone, some challenge or mockery, that made anger spark in Jacob's chest. He tried to tamp it down, remembered Sam's warning about emotion triggering the shift, but Paul seemed determined to provoke a reaction. "Your dad used to be a warrior too, right?" Paul continued. "Before the accident, before he got stuck in that chair. Must be hard, knowing he can't shift anymore, that he's just human, while you get to be special." The anger flared hotter, and Jacob felt something else beneath it. Heat, spreading through his body like wildfire. Pressure, building behind his sternum, pushing outward, his vision blurred at the edges, everything taking on a reddish tinge. "Don't," Jacob managed through gritted teeth. "Don't talk about my dad." "Or what?" Paul stepped closer, his own eyes starting to darken with the prelude to shifting. "You gonna do something about it, pup?" The pressure exploded outward. Jacob felt his body tear apart and reshape itself in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Bones broke and reformed, muscles twisted and expanded, skin rippling with the emergence of fur. The pain was immense, all-consuming, like being torn apart from the inside out. He tried to scream, but the sound that emerged was a howl, deep and inhuman, echoing through the garage and beyond. When the shift completed, Jacob found himself on 4 legs instead of 2. His perspective had changed, the world suddenly lower and wider, colors muted, but smells and sounds amplified beyond anything he'd experienced as human. He could smell everything, the motor oil and metal of the garage, the scent of his own fear sweat, Paul's musk and adrenaline smell that marked him as pack, and he could hear thoughts that weren't his own. Finally, Paul's voice rang in his head, though Paul's wolf form stood across the garage, lips pulled back from enormous teeth. "Thought you were never gonna shift. Welcome to the pack, pup." Jacob tried to respond, tried to form words, but all that came out was a confused jumble of panic and sensation. He looked down at himself, saw massive russet brown paws, saw fur the color of autumn leaves, saw a body that was absolutely not human. "Easy." Another voice joined the mental space, and Jacob recognized Sam, even though the massive black wolf that appeared in the garage doorway looked nothing like Sam's human form. "Jacob, listen to me. Focus on my voice. You're okay. This is normal. You're in wolf form. You need to calm down so you can shift back." "I can't." Jacob's thoughts were frantic, barely coherent. "I don't know how. I don't." "Yes, you can." Sam's mental voice was firm but reassuring. "You're packed now. That means I can help you. Let me in. Let me show you." And suddenly Jacob felt Sam's presence in his mind, not just hearing his thoughts but feeling his calmness, his control, his absolute certainty. Sam's consciousness wrapped around Jacob's panic, soothing it, guiding him toward the mental space where the shift could be controlled rather than endured. "Think of your human form," Sam instructed. "Picture yourself as you were. Hold that image and pull yourself toward it." Jacob tried, his panic gradually subsiding under Sam's steady guidance. He thought about his human body, about having hands instead of paws, about standing on two legs, about being Jacob Black the person instead of this enormous russet wolf. The shift happened again, faster this time, less painful, and suddenly he was human again. Naked and shaking on the garage floor, Paul shifted back too, pulling on the cut-off shorts he'd apparently tied around his ankle before shifting. A trick Jacob would learn was standard practice. He was grinning, clearly finding Jacob's distress amusing. "Not bad for your first time," Paul said. "Most people take longer to shift back." Sam's massive black wolf dissolved into human form, and he quickly pulled on similar cut-off shorts. His expression was serious, but not unkind. "How do you feel?" "Terrified," Jacob admitted, his voice shaking. "That was intense," Sam finished. "I know. The first time is always the worst, but you did well. You maintained enough control to shift back quickly." "That's rare." Billy appeared in the garage doorway, his wheelchair's presence announcing him. His expression held pride and concern in equal measure. "I heard the howling," he said quietly. "Your first shift." Jacob nodded, unable to form words. His mind was still reeling from the experience, from the sensation of his body tearing apart and reforming, from the alien feeling of existing in a wolf's body, from the absolute invasion of privacy that was the pack mind. "Come inside," Billy said. "Get dressed. Then we need to talk about what happens next." What happened next was immersion in pack life. Sam insisted Jacob start running with them immediately, said waiting would only make it harder. So Jacob learned to shift at will, which took practice, but came easier than he'd expected. Learned to run through the forest on 4 legs, covering miles in minutes, moving with a speed and grace his human form had never possessed. Learned to hunt, though they didn't kill for food, just for practice, taking down deer and elk, and learning to work together as a unit. The pack mind was exactly as invasive as Sam had warned. When Jacob shifted, he was immediately connected to Sam, Paul, and Jared Cameron, the third member of Sam's pack. Every thought, every memory, every emotion was shared. They saw everything. His childhood memories of his mother, his crush on Bella, his insecurities and fears and private shames. Nothing was hidden, nothing was sacred, and he saw everything about them too. Sam's complicated history with Emily Young, his imprint, though Jacob didn't fully understand what imprinting meant yet. Paul's anger issues, stemming from an abusive childhood he'd never spoken about aloud. Jared's simple contentment, his steady personality that made him the pack's anchor, the way they'd struggled with their own transformations, the pain and fear and eventual acceptance. You get used to it. Jared's thoughts were calm, reassuring. The lack of privacy. Eventually it stops feeling like violation and starts feeling like connection. We're brothers now, closer than blood. That means something. The pack structure was absolute. When Sam gave an order in the pack mind, compulsion followed. Jacob couldn't disobey even if he wanted to, his body responding to Sam's will as naturally as breathing. It should have felt like slavery, like loss of autonomy, but somehow it didn't. Sam was a good alpha, fair and thoughtful, and his orders were always for the pack's benefit. They ran patrols constantly, rotating schedules so that someone was always running the boundary of La Push, watching for vampires, protecting the tribe. The red-headed vampire, Victoria, was still out there, still testing them, and they'd caught her scent dozens of times, only to have her vanish before they could close in. She was playing with them, Sam said, enjoying the hunt, the challenge, which made her more dangerous, not less. Jacob's life became sharply divided. Human time, when he was at home with Billy, when he struggled to maintain the facade of normalcy, and wolf time, when he ran with the pack, when his senses were heightened and his purpose was clear. Protect the tribe, hunt the vampires, maintain the boundary. He couldn't see Bella. That was the hardest part. She called constantly, left increasingly worried messages, showed up at his house once, and Billy had to turn her away, tell her Jacob was still sick, that he'd call when he was feeling better. Through the window, Jacob had watched her drive away in the old Chevy he'd fixed for her, and the look on her face had been pure hurt. You should tell her. Paul's thoughts intruded during a patrol run. Tell her you're done with her. Clean break. Better than letting her think you're sick. No. Jacob's response was immediate, fierce. I'll talk to her when I can control this better, when I won't faze and hurt her by accident. Might be never, Paul observed. You're pack now. She's human. Those worlds don't mix. But Jacob refused to believe that, refused to accept that becoming a shapeshifter meant losing Bella entirely. She was his friend, maybe more than his friend if he was honest with himself, and he couldn't just cut her out of his life because his genetics had activated. 3 weeks after his first shift, Sam finally gave him permission to see Bella. The control was there, Sam said. Jacob could maintain human form even when emotional, could recognize the warning signs of an impending shift and pull back before it happened. He wasn't perfect, but he was safe enough. Jacob called her that evening, his heart hammering as the phone rang. She answered on the second ring, her voice sharp with worry. Jacob, oh my God, where have you been? Are you okay? I've been so worried. I'm fine, he said, and it was simultaneously true and the biggest lie he'd ever told. I'm sorry I've been out of touch. I was sick, and then I just needed some time. Time for what? Bella's voice held hurt alongside the worry. Did I do something wrong? Are you mad at me? No. God, no. I'm not mad. It's complicated. Can I see you? Tomorrow? I'll explain everything I can. There was a pause, and Jacob could almost hear her deciding whether to forgive him. Okay, she said finally. Come over tomorrow. We need to talk. The next day, Jacob drove to Charlie Swan's house in Forks, his stomach tight with anxiety. He'd rehearsed what he could say, what he could explain without breaking the sacred rule about secrecy. But as he pulled up and saw Bella waiting on the porch, all his prepared words evaporated. She looked thinner than he remembered, shadows under her eyes that suggested she hadn't been sleeping well. When she saw him, her expression shifted through several emotions too quickly to track. Relief, anger, confusion, and something else he couldn't quite name. You look different, she said as he approached. Her eyes traveled over his new frame, the muscles that had appeared during his transformation, the shorter hair he'd cut to match Sam and the others. What happened to you? Growth spurt, Jacob said, which was technically true even if it left out the part about shapeshifting. And I've been working out with some guys from La Push, Sam Yuli's crew. Something flickered in Bella's expression at Sam's name. Sam Yuli, she repeated slowly. The one who's been acting strange lately. He's not strange. He's just dealing with some stuff. Jacob realized they were still standing on the porch, the conversation awkward and stilted. Can we walk? I'll explain what I can. They walked down the familiar streets of Forks, and Jacob told her a carefully edited version of the truth, that he'd been sick, really sick, and it had taken longer to recover than he'd expected. that he'd joined Sam's group, was spending a lot of time with them now, that things in his life had gotten complicated in ways he couldn't fully explain. Bella listened, her expression growing more troubled as he spoke. "Is this about a gang?" she asked finally. "Is Sam running some kind of gang?" "No, nothing like that. We're not criminals, Bella. We're protecting the reservation. That's all I can say." Protecting it from what? Jacob wanted to tell her, wanted to explain about vampires and shapeshifters and ancient treaties, but Sam's order held firm in his mind, the compulsion making it physically difficult to even form the words. "I can't tell you that. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you want to hear, but there are things I'm not allowed to talk about." "Not allowed? Or you don't trust me enough?" "It's not about trust. There are rules, Bella. Rules I have to follow, but I'm still your friend. That hasn't changed." Bella stopped walking, turned to face him directly. "Everything's changed. Jacob, you disappeared for weeks. You won't tell me what's going on. You expect me to just accept that you've joined some mysterious group with Sam Yulee. How is that not everything changing?" Jacob didn't have an answer that wouldn't make things worse. He wanted to reach for her, to hold her, and promise everything would be okay, but he wasn't sure he could keep that promise. His life was fundamentally different now. He was Pac, a protector, a shapeshifter running patrols and hunting vampires. How could Bella fit into that world? They finished the walk in tense silence, and when Jacob left to drive back to La Push, he felt the distance between them like physical pain. This was what Paul had warned about, the separation between the human world and the supernatural one, the impossibility of maintaining friendships across that divide. That night, running patrol in wolf form, Jacob's thoughts were full of Bella and the hurt on her face. The Pack felt his distress, shared it, offered what comfort they could through the Pack mind. "She'll figure it out eventually." Sam's thoughts were pragmatic, or she won't. Either way, you're Pack now. That comes first, has to come first. But Jacob couldn't accept that hierarchy, couldn't accept that being Pack meant sacrificing everything else. There had to be a way to be both, to be the shapeshifter his heritage demanded, and the friend Bella needed. He just had to figure out how. The phone call came on a Thursday evening in late March, just as the sun was setting behind the trees and casting long shadows across La Push. Jacob was in the garage, ostensibly working on the motorcycles he and Bella had started months ago, though in truth, he'd barely touched them since his transformation. His hands stilled on the wrench when he heard Billy answer the phone in the house, heard the change in his father's voice that suggested the caller was someone unexpected. "It's for you," Billy called out. "Bella." Jacob's stomach tightened. They'd spoken a few times since that awkward conversation in Forks, brief and surface-level exchanges that skirted around everything important. She knew something was different about him, knew he was keeping secrets, and the knowledge sat between them like a wall. Neither could quite scale. He went inside, took the phone from Billy with hands that trembled slightly. "Hey," he said, trying for casual and landing somewhere near anxious. "He's back," Bella said without preamble, her voice tight with emotion Jacob couldn't quite identify. "Edward, he came back." Edward, the name meant nothing to Jacob, though he could hear the weight it carried for Bella. "Who's Edward?" There was a pause, and Jacob realized with sudden clarity that this was the secret she'd been keeping, the shadow that had followed her since she'd arrived in Forks. "Edward Cullen," she said finally. We were together before, and then he left, and I thought he was gone forever, but he came back. Jacob, something cold settled in Jacob's chest. Cullen, the name from Sam's explanation, from the treaty, the vampire family living in Forks, and Edward Cullen, whoever he was one of them, which meant Bella had been dating a vampire, was presumably dating one again now, and had no idea what he actually was. "That's great," Jacob managed, though the words tasted like ash. "I'm happy for you. Are you?" Bella's voice held a note of challenge. "Because you don't sound happy. I'm surprised. You never mentioned him before. I couldn't." Bella's voice softened into something complicated, layered with pain and relief and emotions Jacob couldn't untangle. It hurt too much to talk about him. When he left, I thought I'd never see him again. I thought my life was over. But now he's back, and everything's different. Jacob wanted to warn her, wanted to tell her what Edward Cullen was, what danger she was courting. But Sam's command held firm. The pack law absolute. Don't reveal the secret. Don't expose the vampires unless they break the treaty. And according to everything Sam had said, the Cullens hadn't broken the treaty. They stayed off Quiliote land. They didn't hunt humans. They maintained the careful peace Ephraim Black had negotiated decades ago. "I should go," Bella said when Jacob didn't respond. "I just wanted you to know. I don't want there to be secrets between us." The irony of that statement, given all the secrets Jacob was keeping, almost made him laugh. "Okay," he said. "Thanks for telling me." After she hung up, Jacob stood holding the phone, rage building in his chest like steam in a pressure cooker. A vampire. Bella was in love with a vampire. The creatures his people had spent generations fighting, the cold ones from the legends, the bloodsuckers who killed humans without remorse, and she had no idea, was walking into danger with her eyes closed because no one could tell her the truth. He phased without meaning to, the anger triggering the shift, bones breaking and reforming as he burst through the front door in massive russet wolf form. Billy's shout of alarm barely registered as Jacob ran, needing the forest, needing the pack mind, needing to not be alone with the fury consuming him. Whoa! Sam's consciousness immediately flooded the pack mind, responding to Jacob's distress. "Jacob, what happened?" "Bella." Jacob's thoughts were incoherent, rage-soaked. "She's dating one of them, Edward Cullen. She's dating a vampire, and she doesn't know what he is. Slow down." Sam's mental voice was firm, calming. "Tell me exactly what she said." Jacob replayed the conversation, his thoughts gradually organizing under Sam's steady influence. The pack absorbed the information, processed it, and Jacob felt their various reactions. Paul's immediate aggression, wanting to confront the Cullens, to remind them that courting a human was dangerous territory. Jared's more measured concern, worry about the treaty implications, Sam's careful consideration, weighing options and consequences. The treaty doesn't forbid them from having relationships with humans. Sam's thoughts were reluctant, as if he wished he could say otherwise. As long as they don't hurt her, don't turn her. They're not breaking any rules. They're putting her in danger just by being near her, Jacob argued. "We should tell her, warn her." "We can't." Sam's mental voice hardened into alpha command, and Jacob felt the compulsion settle over him like chains. "The treaty is absolute. We don't expose them. They don't come on our land. If we break our word, the peace ends. And if the peace ends, people die. Our people, their family, innocent humans caught in the crossfire. Is that what you want?" Jacob wanted to fight the command, wanted to rage against the unfairness of it. but the alpha compulsion held firm, making it physically impossible to disobey. He couldn't tell Bella, couldn't warn her, couldn't do anything except watch as she walked deeper into a relationship with a creature that could kill her without effort. There's another option. Paul's thoughts intruded, dark with suggestion. If one of them slips up, breaks the treaty, we can act. We just need to watch closely, wait for them to make a mistake. We're not hoping for treaty violations. Sam's response was sharp. We maintain the peace. That's our purpose. Not looking for excuses to start wars, but the thought had been planted, and Jacob couldn't shake it. Maybe if he watched closely enough, if he paid attention to the Cullens' movements, he'd see something that justified intervention, some threat to Bella that would allow him to act without breaking pack law. Over the next weeks, Jacob became obsessed with the Cullen family. He ran extra patrols, volunteering for shifts that took him close to the treaty line, hoping to catch their scent, to learn their patterns. He learned to distinguish between them by smell. Edward's was sweetest, with an underlying complexity that made Jacob's hackles rise. There was a female, Alice, whose scent was lighter, more floral. A large male, Emmett, who smelled of musk and something like iron. Others too, a family of 7 total, all carrying that distinctive vampire scent that made Jacob's instincts scream danger. He saw Edward once, from a distance, driving through Forks in a silver Volvo with Bella in the passenger seat. Even from hundreds of yards away, even in human form, Jacob could see the way the vampire watched her, the intensity of his focus, the possessive curve of his body toward hers, and he could see Bella's expression, the way she looked at Edward like he'd hung the moon and stars, like he was the answer to every question she'd ever asked. The jealousy was immediate and consuming. This was supposed to be his time with Bella, his chance to see if the friendship they'd rebuilt could become something more. Instead, a vampire had swept back into her life and reclaimed her attention, her affection, her future, and Jacob was powerless to do anything except watch. Bella called less frequently now. When she did call, she talked about Edward constantly, her voice taking on a quality Jacob had never heard before. Devotion, worship, love so complete it left no room for anything else. She mentioned meeting Edward's family, how beautiful they all were, how welcoming. She talked about spending time at their house, about how different they were from other people she'd known. Jacob listened and said nothing, every word landing like a physical blow. She was spending time in a house full of vampires, surrounded by creatures who could kill her in seconds if they chose, and she had no idea. Thought they were just an unusually attractive family who kept to themselves. "Have you met them?" Bella asked during one call. "The Cullens?" "No," Jacob said, which was technically true. He'd never met them as humans, never spoken to them, even if he'd hunted their scent countless times in wolf form. "You should. They're amazing. Edward especially." She paused, and Jacob could hear the smile in her voice. "I love him, Jacob. I know that probably sounds crazy, but I do. I love him more than I thought it was possible to love anyone." The words shouldn't have hurt as much as they did. Jacob had no claim on Bella, no right to her affection beyond friendship, but they'd been building something, he'd thought, before his transformation had forced distance between them. Now that fragile beginning was ashes, destroyed by a vampire who'd gotten there first. "That's great," Jacob said, the lie smooth and practiced now. "I'm happy for you." But he wasn't happy. Was, in fact, more miserable than he'd been since his mother's death. The pack felt his distress constantly through the shared mind, his heartbreak bleeding into their consciousness every time he phased. They offered what comfort they could, understanding born of complete knowledge. They knew everything now, every private thought about Bella, every dream he'd harbored, every hope that had died. She's not for you. Paul's thoughts were blunt, lacking sympathy. She's chosen a bloodsucker over her own kind. Let her go. It's not that simple. Jared's mental voice held more understanding. You can't just turn off feelings because they're inconvenient. He needs a distraction, Paul suggested. There are girls on the res who'd date him in a heartbeat. Kim's single. So's Leah. Leah Clearwater. Sam's ex-girlfriend. The one he dated before imprinting on her cousin Emily. That situation was complicated enough to make Jacob's problem seem simple by comparison. Sam had loved Leah, had been planning to propose when he'd encountered Emily, and imprinted, instantly, irrevocably. His feelings for Leah had been replaced by absolute devotion to Emily, and Leah, heartbroken and betrayed, had been left to watch the man she loved build a life with her own cousin. Leah's dealing with enough. Sam's thoughts were careful, weighted with guilt. Don't drag her into this. But Paul's suggestion about distraction stuck with Jacob. Maybe he did need to move on, to accept that Bella had made her choice, and that choice wasn't him. There were other people in the world, other possibilities. His life couldn't revolve around a girl who loved a vampire, except he couldn't seem to stop it from revolving around exactly that. April brought warmer weather, the endless rain giving way to occasional sunshine that made the vampires stay away from town. Jacob learned this pattern quickly. On sunny days, the Cullens were absent from Forks High, their house empty, no scent trails to follow. It was one of many small confirmations of what they were, pieces of evidence that would be meaningless to someone who didn't know what to look for, but were damning to anyone who did. Bella invited him to come to Forks one Saturday, said she wanted him to meet Edward properly, to see that he was a good person, despite his mysterious nature. Jacob agreed, curiosity warring with dread, needing to see this vampire up close, needing to confirm his worst fears. They met at Bella's house, Charlie conveniently absent on a fishing trip with Billy. Edward was already there when Jacob arrived, standing on the porch with an expression that was carefully neutral but couldn't quite hide the wariness underneath. Up close, Edward Cullen was exactly what Sam's descriptions had suggested. Beautiful in that inhuman way all vampires were, with pale skin that looked like marble, amber eyes that were wrong somehow despite their color, features too perfect to be natural. He moved with fluid grace that suggested absolute control over his body, power contained but visible to anyone who knew what to look for. Jacob, Edward said, extending his hand with old-fashioned courtesy. I've heard a lot about you. Jacob took the offered hand, felt the coldness of Edward's skin, the stone-like hardness beneath the surface. The vampire's grip was careful, controlled, obviously holding back the strength that could crush Jacob's bones without effort. They stared at each other, two beings from opposing supernatural worlds meeting over the human girl they both cared about. Edward knows, Bella said, breaking the tension. About La Push, about the legends. He knows what you are. The words hung in the air, dangerous and revelatory. Jacob's eyes snapped to Bella, then back to Edward, understanding flooding through him. The vampire knew about shapeshifters, knew about the pack, knew about the treaty, which meant he knew Jacob was a wolf, could probably smell it on him the way Jacob could smell vampire on him. And you know what he is, Edward said quietly. Not a question. Jacob nodded slowly. Yeah, I know. Bella looked between them, confusion evident on her face. What? What do you both know? Edward's expression was pained. Bella, maybe we should talk about this inside. Talk about what? Bella's voice rose slightly, anxiety creeping in. What's going on? They went inside, the three of them sitting in Charlie's living room, in an arrangement that felt like a negotiation or a standoff. Edward sat close to Bella, his body angled protectively toward her. Jacob sat across from them, every instinct screaming at him to phase, to remove the threat, to get Bella away from the bloodsucker. The legends are true, Edward said finally, his voice gentle but firm. The stories your father tells about the Cold Ones, about the treaty, they're not myths, Bella. They're history. Jacob watched Bella's face as understanding dawned, as she processed what Edward was saying. Her eyes widened, her breathing quickened, and she looked between Edward and Jacob like she was seeing them both for the first time. You're a vampire, she said to Edward, and it wasn't a question. The stories about the Cold Ones, they're about vampires. And your family, we are, Edward confirmed. All of us. We've been vampires for decades, some of us for centuries. We don't age, don't die, don't change. We're frozen in time, sustained by blood. Bella's hand went to her throat involuntarily, and Edward caught the gesture, pain flashing across his perfect features. Not human blood, he said quickly. We choose to feed on animals instead. It's harder, less satisfying, but it allows us to live among humans without being monsters. That's what makes us different from other vampires. What allowed your great-grandfather to make the treaty with Carlisle. Then Bella turned to Jacob, and he saw accusation in her eyes alongside the shock. You knew, she said. You knew and you didn't tell me. I couldn't, Jacob said, and even to his own ears, it sounded like a weak excuse. The treaty forbids us from exposing them, and you figured it out on your own anyway, so the law is intact. Us, Bella repeated. The legends about the spirit warriors, about shapeshifters, that's real too. You're a werewolf, Jacob finished, though the term wasn't quite accurate. We call ourselves shapeshifters. We can take wolf form to protect the tribe from vampires. It's in our blood, passed down through generations. Sam Yuli's group, the one you thought was a gang, we're the pack. We're the ones who enforce the treaty, who keep the Cullens from coming onto Quiliote land. Bella stood up, pacing to the window and back, her movements agitated. So everything, all of it, the legends, the stories, they're all true. Vampires and werewolves and ancient treaties, and nobody thought to tell me. I wanted to, Jacob said. God, Bella, you have no idea how much I wanted to tell you. But the rules, Bella snapped, turning on him with unexpected fury. You let me walk around ignorant in danger because of rules? You let me fall in love with someone without knowing what he was? Edward flinched at that, and Jacob felt a savage satisfaction at seeing the vampire hurt. But the satisfaction died quickly, replaced by guilt at the raw pain in Bella's expression. You weren't in danger from me, Edward said quietly. You've never been in danger from me. I would never hurt you. You're a vampire, Bella said, and the word held all the weight of revelation, of understanding dawning too late. You drink blood. You could kill me without thinking about it. But I won't, Edward said with absolute conviction. I chose you, Bella. Chose to love you despite what I am, despite the danger. My family and I have spent decades learning to control our nature, to be more than monsters. You're safe with me. Jacob made a sound of disgust. You can't promise that. You're a predator. It's your nature. And Bella shouldn't have to trust that you'll control yourself around her. Edward's eyes went flat and cold, the predator showing through the civilized facade. And what would you have her do? Stay away from me because I'm dangerous? You're just as dangerous, Jacob. You phase into a giant wolf. You could hurt her just as easily as I could, but I wouldn't, Jacob said. I'd never. Neither would I, Edward interrupted. That's the point. We both care about her. We're both capable of controlling ourselves. The only difference is that she loves me. The words landed like a physical blow, and Jacob felt something crack inside his chest. Because Edward was right. Bella loved him, had chosen him, knowing what he was, accepting the danger because the love was stronger. And Jacob, who'd been her friend, who'd rebuilt motorcycles with her and made her laugh and been there when Edward left, was just the backup, the consolation prize, the one she turned to when her real love was unavailable. Jacob stood abruptly, needing to leave, needing air that wasn't thick with vampire scent and Bella's perfume and the crushing weight of his own heartbreak. I should go, he said. Jacob, wait. Bella moved toward him, her hand reaching out. Please don't go. Not like this. Like what? Jacob couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. Not like I just found out the girl I love is dating a vampire. Not like everything I've been afraid of is true. Bella's expression shifted to something complicated. Layers of emotion Jacob couldn't pass. You love me? Of course I love you, Jacob said, and the admission was both relief and agony. I've loved you since you came back to Forks, since we started working on those motorcycles together. Maybe since we were kids. I don't know. But I love you, Bella. And you're choosing him. You're choosing a vampire over someone who could actually give you a life, a future, a family. Edward was watching this exchange with an expression that was equal parts pain and resignation, as if he'd known this confrontation was inevitable. I'm sorry, Bella said quietly, and Jacob could see she meant it. I'm so sorry, Jacob. I love you too, but not the way you want. Not the way I love Edward. And there it was, the rejection he'd been dreading, delivered with kindness, but no less devastating for the gentleness. She loved him, but not enough. Loved him like a friend, like a brother, but not like a partner, not like forever. Jacob turned and walked out, moving faster with each step, needing to get away before he phased in Charlie's front yard and exposed himself to the entire neighborhood. He made it to the tree line before the shift took him, his body exploding into russet fur and massive paws. The pain of transformation, a welcome distraction from the pain in his chest. We felt that. Sam's consciousness flooded the pack mind, concern evident. Jacob, talk to me. But Jacob didn't want to talk, didn't want sympathy or understanding, or the pack's well-meaning attempts to help. He just ran, pushing his wolf body to its limits, covering miles in minutes, trying to outrun the image of Bella and Edward sitting together on that couch, united in their decision to exclude him. The pack let him run, giving him space while maintaining enough connection that he wasn't truly alone. Their thoughts were a steady background presence, offering comfort through their mere existence. Eventually, his grief and rage exhausted themselves, leaving only a hollow ache where hope had been. There's something you need to understand. Sam's thoughts were careful when Jacob finally slowed. About imprinting, Jacob had heard the term before. usually in reference to Sam and Emily, but had never fully understood what it meant. What about it? It's rare, but it happens sometimes. Usually when we're in the presence of someone who's meant for us, someone who the wolf recognizes as our perfect mate. When you imprint, everything changes. The person you imprint on becomes your whole world. You'd do anything for them, be anything they need. Friend, protector, lover, whatever they want from you. Sounds like slavery, Jacob thought bitterly. It's not slavery, it's purpose. Sam's mental voice held the weight of experience. I loved Leah, planned to marry her. Then I met Emily and imprinted, and Leah became background noise compared to what I felt for Emily. It wasn't a choice. It was gravity, physics, destiny, and it destroyed Leah, hurt her in ways I can never fix. But I can't regret Emily. She's my imprint. She's everything. Why are you telling me this? Because you haven't imprinted yet. Which means Bella isn't your imprint, isn't your destined mate. And that means someday you might meet the person who is. And when that happens, what you feel for Bella will fade like morning mist. You'll wonder how you ever thought you loved her. The idea should have been comforting. The promise of future relief from this pain. The suggestion that he wouldn't always feel this broken. But instead, it just felt like another loss. The love he felt for Bella, this consuming ache in his chest, was real, was important. The idea that it might someday vanish, replaced by feelings for someone else, made it feel cheap somehow, disposable. I don't want to imprint, Jacob thought fiercely. I want to choose, want my feelings to be mine, not some genetic destiny. I understand. Sam's response was sympathetic, but we don't control it. If it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, then you'll find someone the normal way. Either way, you move forward. You survive this. We all do. Jacob ran patrols mechanically for the next weeks, going through motions without real engagement. He avoided Bella's calls, couldn't bear to hear her voice, to pretend everything was fine when his world had shattered. The pack felt his depression constantly through their shared consciousness, absorbed his pain because they had no choice, tried to buoy him with their presence. She invited you to something, Paul mentioned during a patrol one evening in May. Wedding. Her wedding. She wants you to come. The words didn't make sense initially. Wedding? Bella was 17, still in high school. Who got married at 17? Then, understanding crashed over him like a wave. Edward. She was marrying Edward, the vampire. She was going to bind herself to a bloodsucker permanently, probably get turned into one herself eventually, throw away her humanity for eternity with a monster. I can't, Jacob thought, the pain so sharp it was difficult to maintain wolf form. I can't watch that. Then don't, Paul said simply. Tell her no. Tell her to go to hell. She made her choice. She can live with the consequences. But the thought of Bella marrying Edward without Jacob there, without getting to say goodbye properly, was somehow worse than the thought of attending. So he found himself, weeks later, driving to the Swan House, where Bella waited with an invitation. She was on the porch when he arrived, wearing jeans and a sweater despite the summer warmth, her expression hopeful and anxious. Jacob, she said, and just his name held volumes. You're getting married, Jacob said without preamble. You're 17 and you're marrying a vampire. I love him, Bella said simply, as if that explained everything, as if love justified throwing away her future, her humanity, her life. And after the wedding, Jacob's voice was harsh. What then? You become one of them? You let him turn you into a vampire so you can be with him forever? Bella's silence was answer enough. The rage that flooded through Jacob was molten, burning away the depression that had consumed him for weeks. "You're killing yourself," he said, his body beginning to shake with the precursor to phasing. "You're committing suicide for him. Does Charlie know? Does your mother know what you're planning? They know I'm getting married. They don't know the rest, because they'd stop you if they did, because they'd see what you're doing is insane. You're giving up everything, Bella. Sunshine, aging, having kids, being human, all of it, just to stay frozen with him forever." "It's my choice," Bella said, her voice firm despite the tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "My life, my decision. I'm not asking for permission, Jacob. I'm asking if you'll come, if you'll be there for me." Jacob wanted to say no, wanted to refuse, to make her feel even a fraction of the pain she'd caused him. But looking at her face, seeing the genuine hope there, he found he couldn't do it. "Fine," he said. "I'll come, but I'm not happy about it. And I think you're making the biggest mistake of your life." Bella smiled through her tears, stepped forward and hugged him. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for being my friend, even when I don't deserve it." Jacob held her, memorizing the feeling, knowing this might be the last time, because after the wedding, after she married Edward, after she became one of them, this girl he loved would be gone, replaced by something cold and hard and eternal, something that looked like Bella but wasn't. Not really. When he pulled away, his resolve was set. He'd go to the wedding, he'd watch her marry a vampire, and then he'd let her go, finally and completely, because holding on was destroying him. The love triangle had crystallized into its final form. Bella had chosen Edward. Jacob would survive it, and somewhere in the future, maybe he'd find his own path, his own purpose, his own person to love. But for now, all he could do was endure. The first sign that something was changing came in early June, when the pack picked up unfamiliar vampire scents near the northern edge of their territory. Not the Cullens, whose individual scents Jacob had learned to distinguish with painful accuracy. These were different, rawer somehow, more aggressive, carrying an underlying note of chaos that made every instinct scream danger. Sam called an emergency meeting at Emily's house, the small cottage on the reservation that had become unofficial pack headquarters. Jacob arrived to find the others already there, Sam and Jared sitting at the kitchen table while Paul paced restlessly near the window. Emily moved between them with practiced ease, setting out muffins and coffee, her scarred face serene despite the tension radiating from the wolves. The scars were Sam's doing, an accident from the early days before he'd learned perfect control. 3 long marks running down the right side of Emily's beautiful face, a permanent reminder of what could happen when a shapeshifter lost control near someone they loved. She'd forgiven him completely, wore the scars without shame, but they served as a warning to every pack member about the price of carelessness. "There are more vampires coming," Sam said without preamble once Jacob sat down. Alice Cullen had a vision, an army of them, heading toward Forks. Newborns, she called them, vampires less than a year old, wild and unstoppable. "How many?" Jared asked, his usual calm cracking slightly. "More than 20, maybe 30. Sam's expression was grim. "Too many for the Cullens to handle alone. And if they come through our territory to reach Forks, they become our problem too. Let them fight their own battles," Paul said immediately. "Not our concern what happens to bloodsuckers. It becomes our concern when the battle happens in our backyard," Sam countered. and Alice's vision showed them coming through La Push to reach the Cullens, which means our families, our tribe, caught in the crossfire. Jacob felt cold settle into his chest. An army of newborn vampires. He'd learned enough about vampire nature over the past months to understand what that meant. Newborns were stronger than older vampires, wild with bloodlust, controlled only barely by whoever created them. An army of them would be unstoppable, would cut through La Push like a scythe through wheat. What do the Cullens want? Jacob asked, already knowing the answer. An alliance. Sam met his eyes directly. Temporary suspension of the treaty. They want to train us to fight newborns, want us to stand with them when the army comes. Absolutely not, Paul said flatly. We don't ally with bloodsuckers. It's against everything we stand for. It's against everything we stand for to let our people die, Sam shot back. And that's what will happen if we refuse. The newborns won't distinguish between the Cullens and humans. They'll kill anything in their path. The argument continued, Paul's rage meeting Sam's pragmatism, Jared trying to find middle ground. Jacob sat silent, his mind working through the implications. Fighting alongside the Cullens meant fighting alongside Edward, meant protecting the vampire who'd stolen Bella, who planned to marry her, who would eventually turn her into one of them. Every instinct rebelled against the idea, but Sam was right about the threat. If an army of newborns came through La Push, people would die. Billy, Old Quill, Sue Clearwater and her kids, everyone Jacob had grown up with, everyone the pack existed to protect. His personal feelings about Edward Cullen were irrelevant compared to that. I'll do it, Jacob said quietly, interrupting Paul mid-rant. I'll work with them. If it protects the tribe. Sam nodded, gratitude evident in his expression. Paul made a sound of disgust, but didn't argue further. Jared just looked tired, accepting the inevitable. The meeting was set for the next day, on neutral ground just outside the treaty line. Sam insisted they all go, a show of force, a reminder that the wolves were not supplicants but equals in this temporary alliance. They phased just before reaching the meeting point, 4 massive wolves emerging from the forest to face 7 vampires gathered in a clearing. The Cullens were arranged in a loose semicircle, a formation that looked casual but was clearly strategic. Carlyle stood at the center, the acknowledged leader, his position flanked by Edward on one side and a massive vampire Jacob recognized as Emmett on the other. Alice stood nearby, tiny and seemingly delicate, though Jacob knew better than to judge by appearances. Jasper, Rosalie, and Esme completed the group, each maintaining that same preternatural stillness that marked their kind. The pack remained in wolf form, Sam in the lead as Alpha, the rest arrayed behind him in a formation that mirrored the vampire's own. Through the pack mind, Jacob could feel Sam's careful control, his determination to maintain authority while acknowledging the necessity of cooperation. Let me speak. Sam's mental voice carried alpha command, and the others fell silent in the pack mind. Sam phased to human form, pulling on the cut-off shorts tied at his ankle, his massive frame immediately commanding attention even without the wolf shape. Carlyle, he said, nodding acknowledgement. You wanted to talk about an alliance. Carlyle stepped forward, his movements deliberate and non-threatening. Thank you for meeting with us. I know this violates decades of tradition, but the threat we're facing affects both our families. He explained what Alice had seen in her visions. An army of newborn vampires, created by someone with a grudge against the Cullens, being sent to destroy them. The newborns were being kept in Seattle, trained and contained, but soon they'd be unleashed. The target was Forks, which meant the path led directly through or near Quiliote land. "We can't let that happen," Carlyle said simply. "Too many innocent people would die. So we're proposing a temporary alliance. We train together, fight together, end this threat together. Then we go back to the old boundaries. What's to stop you from turning on us after?" Paul had phased to human form as well, his antagonism visible in every line of his body. "What's to stop this alliance from becoming a trap?" Edward spoke for the first time, his voice carrying an edge of frustration. "If we wanted to trap you, we wouldn't need an elaborate plan. We could just wait until you were in wolf form and pick you off one by one. We're proposing this alliance because we need your help. Newborns are strong, faster than us, nearly impossible to kill alone. But together, we might have a chance." Jacob wanted to phase to human form, wanted to argue, but Sam's alpha command held him in wolf shape with the others. The strategy was clear. Sam alone would negotiate, maintaining the power dynamic, keeping the pack unified and ready to act if the vampires tried anything. The discussion continued for an hour, Sam and Carlyle hammering out terms while the others watched in tense silence. The treaty would be temporarily suspended for the duration of the threat. The Cullens could enter Quiliote land for training purposes only. Neither side would harm the other. After the newborn army was destroyed, everything would return to the previous boundaries. Finally, Sam nodded agreement. "We'll do it. But understand this, Carlyle. The second the threat is over, the second those newborns are destroyed, the treaty goes back into effect. And if any of your family harms one of ours, accidentally or otherwise, the alliance ends and we become enemies again." "Understood," Carlyle said. "And the same applies in reverse. We're trusting you not to use this alliance as an opportunity to attack us." They sealed the agreement with a formal nod. No handshakes because the physical contact between vampires and wolves was too uncomfortable for both species. Then Carlyle mentioned that Jasper would handle training, as he had experience with newborn armies from his past. The vampire named Jasper stepped forward, and Jacob got his first clear look at the Cullen he'd heard least about. Tall and lean with honey-colored hair, Jasper carried himself with military precision that spoke of decades of discipline. His eyes held something that looked like old pain, shadows that suggested a history darker than the others. "I spent time in the Southern Vampire Wars," Jasper said, his voice carrying a Texas accent that seemed incongruous with his current life. "Created and trained newborn armies for their creators. I know how they think, how they fight, what their weaknesses are." Training began the next day. The pack arrived at the clearing in wolf form, staying phased because the shared mind allowed better coordination, and because reverting to human meant vulnerability. The Cullens were already there, arranged in the same formation as before, waiting with that supernatural patience that came from having eternity. Jasper took the lead, his military background evident in how he structured the session. He demonstrated newborn fighting techniques, showed how they relied on strength and speed over strategy, explained their weaknesses. They were physically stronger than older vampires, but less skilled, prone to losing control, vulnerable to coordinated attacks. The first few training sessions were awkward, both sides maintaining careful distance, the years of enmity not easily overcome by practical necessity. But gradually, through repetition and shared purpose, a grudging respect developed. The wolves learned to coordinate with vampires they'd spent months hunting, The Cullens learned to work alongside creatures whose very scent made their hunting instincts flare. Jacob found himself frequently matched against Edward during practice fights, Sam's decision or cosmic irony making them sparring partners. They circled each other in the clearing, wolf and vampire, neither willing to show weakness. Edward was fast, faster than seemed possible, his movements precise and economical. But Jacob was strong, his wolf form massive and powerful, capable of taking hits that would destroy a human and recovering almost instantly. "He's in your head," Sam's mental voice reminded Jacob during one session. "Remember, he can read thoughts. You need to act on instinct, not planning." It was true. Every time Jacob planned an attack, Edward would counter before Jacob even moved, reading the intention from his thoughts. The only way to fight him was to let the wolf take over, to act on pure instinct that lived below conscious thought. When Jacob did that, when he stopped thinking and just reacted, Edward had harder time predicting him. Between training sessions, the pack learned more about the threat they were facing. Alice's visions showed the army growing, now numbering over 30 newborns, all being contained in Seattle. The creator remained hidden, their identity unclear even to Alice's visions, but their purpose was obvious: destroy the Cullens and anyone who got in the way. And there was another complication. Victoria, the red-headed vampire they'd been chasing for months, was connected to this somehow. Her scent appeared in Alice's visions, though her role remained unclear. She was still circling the area, still playing her games with the pack, but now her presence took on new significance. "She's the distraction," Sam realized during a pack meeting. "She keeps us busy chasing her, while the real threat builds in Seattle." Jacob thought about Bella constantly during this time, worry gnawing at him despite everything. The newborn army was coming for the Cullens, which meant coming for Edward, which meant Bella was in danger. The vampires had some plan to keep her safe, but Jacob didn't trust it, didn't trust anything that relied on vampires keeping their word. He saw her once during this period, purely by accident, when she appeared at the treaty line calling for him. The pack had been running patrol, and Jacob's wolf hearing picked up her voice. Against his better judgment, he phased to human form and went to meet her. She looked thinner than he remembered, shadows under her eyes that suggested she wasn't sleeping. "Jacob," she said, relief flooding her features. "I've been trying to reach you. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. We're training, preparing for what's coming. Edward told me about the alliance." Bella stepped closer, and Jacob fought the urge to back away. "I'm glad you're working together. It means you'll both be safe." The casual way she grouped them together, him and Edward, as if they were equivalent in her concern, made Jacob's jaw tighten. "We're not doing this for him," he said. "We're doing it to protect La Push, to protect our families." "I know, but still, it matters to me that you're both going to be okay." "Where will you be?" Jacob asked. "When the fight happens?" Bella hesitated, and Jacob saw the answer in her expression before she spoke. "With Edward, somewhere safe." "You're the target," Jacob realized. "The newborns aren't just coming for the Cullens, they're coming for you specifically." Bella's silence confirmed it. "Victoria," she said finally. "She blames me for her mate's death. James, the vampire who tried to kill me last year. Edward killed him, and now Victoria wants revenge. The newborn army is her creation. She's using it to get past Edward and the others, to get to me." The information hit Jacob like physical force. Bella wasn't just in danger as collateral damage. She was the target, the reason for all of this. And the Cullens' plan involved hiding her somewhere while they fought, trusting that they could destroy the threat before it reached her. That's insane, Jacob said flatly. You need to leave Forks. Leave Washington. Get as far away as possible until this is over. I can't run forever, and Edward won't leave his family to face this alone. So I stay, and we deal with it together. Let me protect you, Jacob said, the words emerging before he could stop them. Come to La Push. The newborns can't cross onto our land without breaking the treaty, and the Cullens would have to defend you there. You'd be safe. Bella's expression softened into something like tenderness. That's sweet, Jacob, but I need to be with Edward. He's my family now. The words hurt more than Jacob expected. The casual way she claimed Edward as family, while relegating Jacob to the category of sweet but irrelevant. He turned to leave, unable to bear her presence any longer, but her voice stopped him. Please be careful. During the fight, I couldn't stand it if something happened to you. Jacob looked back at her, this girl who'd broken his heart without meaning to, who loved a vampire and couldn't see the danger she was in. I'll be fine, he said. Werewolves are hard to kill. You're not a werewolf, Bella said. You're a shapeshifter. Edward explained the difference. Of course Edward had explained. Edward, who knew everything, who could read minds, who'd lived a century and had all the answers. Jacob swallowed his bitterness and left without another word, phasing back to wolf form and rejoining the pack patrol. She gets to you, Paul observed, through the pack mind. Every time, you need to let her go. I know. Jacob's mental response was tired. Doesn't make it easier. The training intensified as Alice's visions showed the timeline narrowing. The newborns would arrive within the week, would come during a period of cloud cover that would allow them to move in daylight. The Cullens had a plan that involved splitting the army, using Bella's scent to lead some away while the rest were destroyed. It was risky, complicated, relied on too many variables, but it was the best option available. 3 days before the expected battle, the pack received an unexpected addition. Quill Atiara, Jacob's childhood friend, had phased for the first time, the proximity of so many vampires triggering his genetic heritage. He arrived at Emily's house confused and terrified, his body having transformed without warning, and the pack had to walk him through the same explanations Sam had given Jacob months ago. Welcome to the pack, Jacob thought at him, through their shared consciousness, watching Quill process the reality of legends made manifest. Later that same day, Leah Clearwater phased. She was the first female shapeshifter in tribal history, her transformation shocking everyone, including herself. The pack suddenly had access to all her thoughts, all her pain over Sam and Emily, all her private suffering laid bare for their consumption. It was violation on a scale that made Jacob's own loss of privacy seem trivial. Sam was devastated by it, the alpha forced to live inside the mind of the woman he'd loved and broken, feeling her heartbreak constantly through the pack bond. Leah was furious, humiliated, trapped in a connection with the man she'd planned to marry while he built a life with her cousin. The pack dynamics shifted uncomfortably, everyone trying to give Leah mental privacy that was impossible to truly provide. Her younger brother Seth phased the next day, his own gene responding to his sister's transformation. At 15, he was the youngest wolf any of them knew about, eager and enthusiastic in a way that seemed almost inappropriate given the circumstances. He thought being a shapeshifter was cool, an adventure, and his relentless optimism grated on the others even as it provided necessary lightness. The pack had grown to 8. Sam, Paul, Jared, Jacob, Quill, Embry, Leah, and Seth. More wolves meant more strength, but it also meant more minds in the shared consciousness, more personalities to coordinate, more potential for conflict. Sam bore the weight of alpha responsibility with visible strain, trying to hold together a pack that was growing faster than anyone had anticipated. The final training session came the day before the battle. Both groups gathered in the clearing, the enlarged pack now matching the Cullens in numbers. Jasper ran them through final scenarios, emphasized the importance of coordination, reminded them that newborns would be stronger but less skilled. "One more thing," Carlyle said as the session ended. "After this is over, regardless of outcome, the alliance ends. We return to the old boundaries, the old rules. This cooperation has been necessary, but it can't continue. Too much history, too much instinct telling us we're enemies." "Agreed," Sam said. "But for tomorrow, we fight as allies. We protect each other's backs. We end this threat together." The pack returned to La Push to prepare, each wolf dealing with the coming battle in their own way. Paul channeled his energy into aggression, eager for the fight. Jared maintained his steady calm, accepting what was coming with stoic resolve. Quill and Embry were nervous but determined, ready to prove themselves. Leah was simply angry at the situation, at Sam, at the universe that had made her a shapeshifter and forced her into constant proximity with her heartbreak. Seth was excited, treating it like an adventure despite the danger. Jacob spent the evening with Billy, not talking about the battle directly but discussing everything else. His father's hands were gentle as he worked on an old carburetor, showing Jacob techniques he'd learned decades ago, passing on knowledge that had nothing to do with shapeshifting or vampires or war. It was Billy's way of saying what he couldn't speak aloud, that he was proud, that he was afraid, that he loved his son and didn't want to lose him. When morning came, the pack gathered at the treaty line, phasing to wolf form for the battle ahead. The Cullens arrived moments later, their formation tight and prepared. Alice's visions had shown the newborns coming in 2 waves, one led by Victoria herself toward Bella's location, the other coming directly at the main group. The pack would help destroy the larger force, trusting the Cullens could handle Victoria. The wait was agonizing, minutes stretching into hours, everyone's nerves strung tight with anticipation. Through the pack mind, Jacob could feel the others' anxiety, their determination, their fear beneath the bravado. Then the scent hit them. Newborn vampires, dozens of them, their scent chaotic and aggressive, moving through the forest with the subtlety of a hurricane. The pack tensed, muscles coiling, every wolf ready to fight. "Remember the training," Sam's alpha command steadied them. "Coordinate, protect each other, and we'll survive this." The newborn army emerged from the trees like a nightmare made manifest, 23 of them, all appearing no older than teenagers in human years, their eyes bright red with fresh human blood, their movements feral and uncontrolled. They saw the wolves and vampires arranged against them and charged without hesitation, driven by bloodlust and whatever compulsion their creator had instilled. The battle began. The battle had been chaos and violence, a blur of teeth and claws and the sickening sound of vampires being torn apart. Jacob's wolf form had moved on pure instinct, coordinating with the pack through their shared consciousness. Working alongside vampires he'd spent months hating to destroy the newborn army. They'd won, but the victory had come at a cost. Jacob had taken injuries that would have killed a human. broken ribs and deep gashes that his accelerated healing was already working to repair. But the pain remained sharp and immediate. The final newborn had been destroyed just as the Cullens received word that Edward and Bella were safe, that Victoria had been killed by Edward himself during her attempt to reach Bella. The threat was over. The alliance had succeeded, and now, lying on the forest floor while Carlyle examined his injuries with professional detachment, Jacob found himself thinking not about the battle, but about what came next. "You'll heal," Carlyle said, his cold hands gentle as he probed Jacob's ribs. "Your regeneration is remarkable. These injuries would take a human months to recover from. You'll be functional again in days." Functional, Jacob thought bitterly, as if being able to walk and fight was all that mattered, as if the real damage wasn't somewhere deeper, somewhere no shapeshifter healing could reach. The pack maintained their wolf forms through the cleanup, helping the Cullens gather the pieces of destroyed newborns for burning. The alliance might be ending, but the practical work remained. Sam coordinated with Carlyle, their communication efficient and professional, two leaders who'd learned to work together despite every instinct screaming they were enemies. "How bad are you hurt?" Sam's mental voice carried alpha concern through the pack mind. "I'll live," Jacob responded, which was true even if it felt like a technicality. "Give me a few days. Take the time you need. You fought well today." "We all did." The Cullens left first, returning to their territory, to Bella and Edward and their reunion. The pack remained, ensuring every trace of newborn vampire was destroyed, that nothing remained to threaten the tribe or reveal the supernatural world to humans who weren't ready for such knowledge. Then they ran back to La Push, 8 wolves moving through the forest in formation, their pack mind filled with exhaustion and relief, and the strange emptiness that followed survived violence. Jacob phased back to human form at the edge of the reservation, his ribs screaming protest at the transformation. Billy was waiting, his wheelchair positioned near the tree line, his expression holding pride and fear and relief in equal measure. He said nothing as Jacob approached, just reached up and gripped his son's hand with surprising strength, the gesture communicating everything words couldn't. The next days passed in a haze of healing. Jacob spent most of his time sleeping, his body focusing energy on repair, knitting broken bones and torn muscle back together at a rate that would have seemed miraculous if it weren't simply what shapeshifters did. The pack checked on him through the mental link when they phased for patrols, their thoughts offering support and the comfortable presence that came from absolute understanding. Bella called on the 3rd day. Billy brought him the phone, his expression carefully neutral, letting Jacob make his own choice about whether to answer. Jacob took it, his body protesting the movement, and heard her voice bright with concern and something else. Relief, maybe, joy. "Jacob, oh, thank God. I've been so worried. Are you okay? Edward said you were hurt during the battle." "I'm fine," Jacob said, which was becoming his standard lie. "Healing fast. Nothing permanent." "I'm so glad. I was terrified something would happen to you." Bella paused, and Jacob could hear her taking a breath, steeling herself for something. "I need to see you. Can I come to La Push?" Something in her tone made Jacob's stomach tighten. "Sure," he said. "When? Today? This afternoon?" "It's important, Jacob. I need to talk to you about something." She arrived 3 hours later, the old Chevy truck rumbling up to the black house with familiar noise. Jacob was on the porch waiting, his ribs still tender but functional enough to move without obvious pain. Bella climbed out of the truck, and he saw immediately that something had changed. She looked different somehow, though he couldn't identify exactly what. The The same pale skin, the same brown eyes, the same careful way she moved through space, as if constantly expecting to trip. But there was something in her expression, a determination maybe, or a decision already made that she was about to share. They walked down to First Beach without discussion. The path so familiar Jacob could have navigated it blind. The beach was empty this time of day, just grey sand and driftwood, and the constant sound of waves against rocks. They found a log to sit on, positioned far enough from the water that the spray wouldn't reach them, but close enough to hear the ocean's rhythm. "I'm getting married," Bella said without preamble. "The wedding's in August. I wanted to tell you in person, wanted to give you this." She held out an envelope, cream-colored and expensive-looking, his name written in elegant script across the front. Jacob took the invitation mechanically, didn't open it. "You're 18, he said. "Barely 18. Why the rush?" "Because I love him." Bella's voice was firm, brooking no argument. "Because I want to spend my life with him, and there's no reason to wait, except that you're throwing away your future," Jacob said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "You're binding yourself to a vampire, Bella, to something that's going to stay frozen at 17 while you age and change and become someone different. Have you thought about what that means? What it'll be like in 10 years when you're 28 and he still looks like a teenager?" "I won't age," Bella said quietly. "That's the other thing I need to tell you. After the wedding, after the honeymoon, Edward's going to change me. I'm going to become a vampire too." The words hit Jacob like physical force, driving the air from his lungs. For a moment, he couldn't process what she'd said, couldn't make it make sense. Then understanding crashed over him, and with it came rage so pure and consuming he had to fight to keep from phasing right there on the beach. "You're killing yourself," he said, his voice shaking. "That's what you're telling me. You're committing suicide so you can be with him forever." "It's not suicide. It's a choice. My choice, Jacob. I want this. I want to be with Edward, and this is the only way that's possible long term." "Does Charlie know?" Jacob demanded. "Does your mother know you're planning to throw away your humanity, your chance at a normal life, everything? They know I'm getting married. They don't need to know the rest." "Because they'd stop you," Jacob said. "Because any sane person would see this is insane. You're giving up sunshine, Bella. Giving up aging, having kids, being human, all of it, just so you can be frozen with him forever. That's not love. That's obsession." Bella's expression hardened into something Jacob had never seen before. "You don't get to decide what my love is worth. You don't get to tell me what I should want or who I should be. This is my life, my decision, and I'm not asking for permission, just your blessing, apparently," Jacob said, gesturing with the invitation. "You want me to come watch you marry a vampire and pretend I'm happy about it? Want me to smile and celebrate while you commit suicide by immortality? I want you to be there because you're my friend." Bella's voice broke slightly, the first crack in her composure. "Because you matter to me, Jacob. Because despite everything, despite the complications and the hurt, you're important to me, and I want you there for the biggest day of my life." "The biggest day of your human life," Jacob corrected bitterly. "After that, it's all vampire days. Eternity of them, cold and hard and wrong." They sat in silence for a long moment, the waves filling the space their words had left. Jacob looked at the invitation in his hands, at the expensive paper and elegant script, and felt something break inside him. This was it, the final confirmation that Bella had chosen, Irrevocably and completely, she was marrying Edward, becoming a vampire, leaving her humanity behind like an old coat she no longer needed. "I'll think about it," Jacob said finally, which was the best he could offer. The thought of watching her marry Edward, of witnessing the moment she bound herself to the vampire forever, made him physically ill. But the thought of not being there, of letting her do it without saying goodbye properly, was somehow worse. "Thank you," Bella said softly. "That's all I'm asking. Just think about it." She stood to leave, and Jacob watched her walk back toward the truck, her figure small against the grey sky. Just before she reached the vehicle, she turned back. "I love you, Jacob. Not the way you want, but I do love you. That has to count for something." Then she was gone, the truck rumbling away down the muddy road, leaving Jacob alone on the beach with an invitation to his own heartbreak. He didn't go home immediately, stayed on the beach as the sun set, as the temperature dropped, as the world went from grey to dark. His ribs ached, his body still healing from the battle, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the hollow ache in his chest. Finally, when full night had fallen, he phased, let his body tear apart and reform into russet wolf, let the pack mind flood his consciousness with the thoughts and feelings of his brothers and sister. They felt his pain immediately, absorbed it because they had no choice, offered what comfort their presence could provide. "I'm sorry." Sam's thoughts were genuine, weighted with his own experience of complicated love. "I know that doesn't help, but I'm sorry." "She's making a mistake," Jacob thought fiercely. "She's killing herself and calling it love, and nobody can stop her." "No," Sam agreed. "Nobody can. That's the hard part about free will. People get to make their own choices, even terrible ones." Jacob ran that night, pushing his injured body harder than he should have, needing the physical pain to distract from the emotional agony. The pack ran with him in shifts, never leaving him alone in his grief, their thoughts offering support through simple presence. The invitation sat on Jacob's dresser for weeks, unopened, a cream-colored reminder of everything he was losing. He didn't call Bella back, couldn't bear to hear her voice, to pretend everything was fine when his world had shattered. The pack felt his depression constantly through their shared consciousness, his heartbreak bleeding into every patrol, every hunt, every quiet moment. "You should tell her no," Paul said during one run. "Tell her to go to hell. She made her choice. She can live with the consequences." That's not who Jacob is. Jared's thoughts held understanding. He can't just cut her out, even when he should. Then he needs to go. Leah's mental voice was sharp with her own pain. Go to the wedding, watch her marry the bloodsucker, and finally accept it's over. Sometimes you need to see the end before you can move on. Leah understood loss in ways the others didn't. She ran patrols with Sam every day, felt his love for Emily constantly through the pack bond, lived inside the mind of the man who'd broken her heart while he built a life with her cousin. Her pain was different from Jacob's, but no less real, and her survival of it offered a strange kind of hope. If Leah could endure that, maybe Jacob could endure this. The wedding invitation haunted him. He'd open his dresser to grab a shirt and see it sitting there, pristine and accusatory. Finally, a week before the wedding date, he opened it, read the formal script announcing the marriage of Isabella Marie Swan to Edward Anthony Marson Cullen, noted the date, the time, the location at the Cullen house. Saw his name written in Bella's handwriting at the bottom, a personal note. "Please come. It won't be the same without you." Jacob made his decision the night before the wedding. He'd go. He'd watch Bella marry Edward, He'd say goodbye properly, because that's what she'd asked for, and because he loved her enough to give her that, even though it would destroy him. Billy watched him get ready with quiet concern, said nothing about the formal clothes Jacob borrowed, the way his hands shook as he combed his hair. "You don't have to do this," Billy said finally. "Nobody would blame you for staying away." "I know," Jacob said, "but I need to see it, to make it real. Otherwise, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering if I could have changed her mind." The Cullen house was transformed for the wedding. White flowers and ribbons everywhere. Chairs arranged in rows facing an archway covered in more flowers. Guests were already arriving. Humans who had no idea what the Cullen family actually was. Friends of Bella's from school. Adults from town. Jacob arrived late, deliberately, and found a spot at the back where he could watch without being noticed. The ceremony began at sunset, the fading light casting everything in shades of gold and pink. Jacob watched Edward take his place under the archway, watched him turn to wait for his bride with an expression of such complete devotion. It was almost painful to witness. Then the music changed, and Bella appeared. She was beautiful. There was no other word for it. The wedding dress transformed her from the awkward girl Jacob knew into something ethereal, otherworldly, like she was already halfway to being a vampire herself. Her face glowed with happiness, with love so complete and consuming, it left no room for doubt or second thoughts. Jacob watched her walk down the aisle on Charlie's arm, watched Charlie give her away with tears in his eyes, watched Edward take her hands with a gentleness that belied his supernatural strength. The officiant spoke words about love and commitment, about choosing to build a life together, about the sacred bond of marriage. And through it all, Bella and Edward never looked away from each other. Their entire world narrowed to just the two of them. When the officiant pronounced them husband and wife, when Edward pulled Bella into a kiss that held a century of longing and relief, Jacob felt something inside him crack completely. This was it, the final, irrevocable moment. Bella was married, was Edward's wife, would soon be a vampire like him, would leave her humanity behind and become something cold and immortal, and forever beyond Jacob's reach. The reception was in the Cullen house. The enormous space filled with music and laughter and the sounds of celebration. Jacob moved through it like a ghost, avoiding conversation, staying near the edges. He watched Bella dance with Charlie, with Edward, with various friends, watched her smile and laugh and glow with happiness that had nothing to do with Jacob. Then she saw him, her face transformed, joy mixing with surprise and relief. She said something to Edward, who nodded and stepped aside, and then she was crossing the floor toward Jacob, her wedding dress trailing behind her like a cloud. "You came," she said, reaching for his hands. "Oh, Jacob, I'm so glad you came. Had to say goodbye properly," Jacob said, trying to smile and failing. "Not goodbye." Bella squeezed his hands. "Never goodbye. You'll always be my friend, Jacob. That doesn't change just because I'm married." "Everything changes," Jacob said. "You're his wife now, and soon you'll be one of them, a vampire. You'll be cold and hard and immortal, and I'll just be the human you used to know, the werewolf who wasn't enough." "Don't say that." Bella's eyes filled with tears. "You were always enough, Jacob. This isn't about you not being enough. It's about me choosing a different path, a path that leads away from everything you were, everything you could have been." Billy appeared then, his wheelchair navigating through the crowd with practiced ease. He nodded to Bella politely, then looked at Jacob with an expression that held understanding and gentle command. "Time to go, son. But Bella gripped Jacob's hand tighter. "Stay for one dance, please. Just one." So Jacob danced with her, there in the Cullen house, surrounded by vampires and humans who had no idea what was real. Held her carefully, mindful of the wedding dress, swaying to music he didn't really hear. Bella rested her head against his chest, and for just a moment, he could pretend things were different, that she'd chosen him, that this was their wedding, their future, their forever. Then the song ended, and the moment shattered. Bella pulled back, looked up at him with tears streaming down her face, and spoke words that would haunt him for months to come. "We're going on our honeymoon tomorrow, to Isle Esme, an island Carlisle owns. And after, when we get back, Edward's going to change me. I'll become a vampire, Jacob. I'll become like them." The implication hit Jacob like a fist. Honeymoon meant consummation, meant Bella and Edward together, intimate, the vampire touching her with strength that could kill her by accident. And she was telling him this now, on her wedding day, with that same determination he'd seen on the beach weeks ago. "You could die," Jacob said, his voice raw. "Human and vampire, that's dangerous, Bella. He could hurt you without meaning to. He won't. I trust him completely. Trust doesn't matter if he loses control for even a second." Bella smiled, sad and certain. "Then I'll die happy. But I won't die, Jacob. I'll transform. I'll become immortal. And I'll be with Edward forever." Jacob pulled away from her, unable to bear her proximity any longer. The pack was right. Paul was right. He needed to leave, needed to run, needed to get as far from this as possible before he phased and ruined everything. "Goodbye, Bella," he said, and this time it was final, true, the end of something that had never quite begun. He turned and left the Cullen house, Billy following without comment. They drove back to La Push in silence, and the moment they reached the reservation, Jacob ran into the forest and phased, let his body explode into wolf form, let the grief pour out as a howl that echoed through the trees, raw and agonized. The pack flooded the mental space immediately, their thoughts surrounding him with comfort and understanding. They'd all felt his pain through their connection, had experienced his heartbreak secondhand through the shared consciousness. Now they offered what support they could, their presence a reminder that he wasn't alone even in his grief. "Run." Sam's alpha command was gentle but firm. "Run until you can't anymore. We'll be with you." So Jacob ran, through that night and into the next day, pushing his wolf body to its limits, trying to outrun the image of Bella in her wedding dress, of Edward's hands on her waist, of the future she'd chosen that didn't include him. The pack ran with him in shifts, never leaving him alone. Their thoughts a constant reminder that heartbreak wasn't fatal even when it felt like it was. Days passed in a blur. Jacob ran patrols mechanically, ate when Billy insisted, slept when exhaustion overwhelmed him. He existed in a grey space between functioning and breaking, held together only by pack bonds and the knowledge that Billy needed him, that the tribe needed him, that being a shapeshifter meant purpose beyond personal pain. Then the news came that shattered what little peace he'd found. Bella was back from her honeymoon, and she was pregnant. The phone call came from Carlisle Cullen directly, his voice tight with something Jacob had never heard from the composed vampire doctor before. Fear, maybe, or desperation. Billy took the call, listened in silence, then wheeled himself to where Jacob sat in the garage pretending to work on an engine he'd already fixed twice. "It's Bella," Billy said without preamble. "She's back from the honeymoon. She's pregnant." The words didn't make sense initially. Pregnant. Bella was pregnant, which should have been impossible, because Edward was a vampire, dead, unable to create life, except apparently he could, or had, or something had happened that defied every understanding of vampire biology the tribe possessed. That's impossible, Jacob said, his hands stilling on the wrench. Apparently not. Billy's expression was grim. Carlyle says the fetus is growing at an abnormal rate. It's half vampire, half human, an abomination according to pack law, and Sam is calling an emergency meeting. You need to be there. Jacob phased immediately, his body transforming without conscious thought, and ran towards Sam's house. The pack mind flooded with voices as the others joined the mental space, all of them processing the same impossible information. Bella was pregnant with a vampire hybrid, a creature that shouldn't exist, that violated the natural order, that represented a threat to everything the pack existed to protect. This is a treaty violation. Paul's thoughts were immediately aggressive. They created an abomination. We have the right to act. We don't know what it is yet. Jared's mental voice counseled caution. We need more information before we make decisions. We know enough. Sam's alpha authority cut through the discussion. Bella is carrying something that's part vampire. According to our laws, according to the stories passed down through generations, these creatures are dangerous, unstoppable. They grow at impossible rates and have strength beyond normal vampires. If it's born, it could kill dozens before we stop it. The pack gathered at the treaty line in wolf form, facing the Cullens across the invisible boundary. Carlyle stood at the front of his family, his usual calm cracked by visible strain. Edward was beside him, looking haggard in a way Jacob had never seen a vampire look, his golden eyes rimmed with something that might have been shadows, if vampires could have such things. We need to talk about Bella, Carlyle said without preamble. About the pregnancy. It's an abomination. Sam's thoughts were carried through the pack mind, but somehow Edward heard them anyway, his expression twisting with rage. Don't call her that, Edward snarled. Don't you dare call my child that. Your child is killing Bella. Sam's mental voice was harsh. Carlyle told us. It's breaking her bones from the inside, drinking her blood, destroying her, and when it's born, it'll be even more dangerous. Pack law is clear. These creatures must be destroyed. Edward moved forward, a blur of supernatural speed, but Carlyle caught him, held him back with surprising strength. Edward, don't. We need them to understand. Understand what? That you're letting that thing kill her. That you're choosing the monster over Bella's life. She won't abort it, Carlyle said tiredly. We've tried to convince her. I've explained the medical reality, that the fetus will likely kill her before it reaches viability. Edward has begged her. The whole family has tried. But Bella refuses. She says she's keeping the baby regardless of the cost. Then you make that choice for her. Paul's voice carried through the pack mind, though he'd phased to human form to speak directly. You're the doctor. You can end the pregnancy without asking. The expression on Carlyle's face was complicated, layers of ethics and moral conflict warring with pragmatic necessity. I can't force medical procedures on an unwilling patient, even to save her life. She has the right to make her own choices about her body, even if that choice is suicide. Jacob's thoughts broke through, raw with anguish. She's dying, and you're letting her because of medical ethics? We're looking for alternatives, Carlyle said. Ways to keep her alive long enough to deliver. The fetus is growing fast, another 2 weeks at most. If we can keep Bella stable that long, we can perform a C-section, save them both. And then what? Sam's alpha authority made the question a command. You have a hybrid vampire loose in the world, a creature we've never seen, don't understand, can't predict. It could be a threat to everyone, human and vampire alike, or it could be innocent, Carlyle said quietly. A child who deserves a chance at life. We won't know until it's born. The pack withdrew to discuss, running deep into Quileute territory where vampire ears couldn't reach. Through the pack mind, they debated, argued, tried to find consensus where none seemed possible. Sam was clear about his position. The hybrid was a threat that needed to be eliminated. Pack law, tribal law, the stories passed down through generations, all pointed to the same conclusion. These creatures were abominations, dangerous beyond measure, to be destroyed on sight. We attack before it's born. Sam's alpha command began to solidify. We breach the treaty, go to the Cullen house, and end this before the creature takes its first breath. It's the only way to protect the tribe. That means killing Bella. Jacob's thoughts were desperate. If we attack while she's pregnant, while that thing is inside her, she'll die too. She's dying anyway. Paul's mental voice held brutal honesty. Carlyle said so. The fetus is killing her. At least this way, we eliminate the threat and end her suffering. No. Jacob's response was immediate, fierce. We can't. I won't let you. It's not your choice. Sam's alpha authority pressed against Jacob's consciousness like physical weight. I'm alpha. I make the decisions for this pack. And I've decided. We attack tonight, before the hybrid is born, before it becomes an even greater threat. The compulsion settled over the pack like chains. Sam's will becoming their will, his decision becoming inevitable. They would attack, would breach the Cullen house, would kill Bella and the creature she carried to protect the tribe from a threat they'd never actually seen. Jacob felt the command trying to take hold, felt his body preparing to obey, despite every fiber of his being screaming in protest. He thought about Bella, broken and dying, carrying a child she loved enough to sacrifice herself for. Thought about the Cullens trying to save her, trying to find a solution that didn't involve murder. Thought about the pack's decision, righteous by their law, but feeling fundamentally wrong in Jacob's soul, and he made a choice that would alter everything. No, Jacob thought with all the force of his will, and felt something inside him tear as he rejected Sam's alpha command. I won't follow this order. I won't let you kill her. The pack mind went silent with shock. Defying an alpha order was supposed to be impossible, the compulsion too strong to resist. But Jacob had done it, had somehow found the strength to break free from Sam's will through sheer determination and love for Bella. Jacob, don't. Jared's mental voice held warning. If you break from the pack, if you refuse alpha command, there are consequences. I don't care. Jacob thought back. You're wrong about this. We don't know what the hybrid will be. We're making decisions based on old stories and fear, and I won't be part of killing Bella. Not for any reason. Then Jacob did something that had never been done in recorded pack history. He rejected Sam's alpha authority completely, severed himself from the pack mind through an act of will that felt like tearing his own soul in half. The pain was immense, like losing limbs, like part of his consciousness being ripped away. But when it was done, he stood alone in his wolf form, no longer connected to Sam's pack, no longer bound by their alpha's commands. He'd become a pack of one, an alpha by default, because there was no one else to lead. The pack stared at him across the mental space that was no longer shared, their shock evident even without words. Sam's massive black wolf form trembled with rage and betrayal. Paul's dark silver form tensed for attack, but Jacob had already turned and was running, heading toward the Cullen house, toward Bella, choosing her over his brothers because he couldn't do anything else. He was halfway there when he felt it. Two minds suddenly connecting to his own consciousness, two wolves choosing to follow him, to join his new pack. Seth Clearwater's thoughts flooded in first, young and earnest and absolutely certain. I'm with you. Seth's mental voice was steady despite his age. Sam's wrong about this. We can't just kill something we don't understand. I'm with you, Jacob. Then Leah joined, her presence in the pack mind complicated and bitter but resolute. Don't think this means I like you. Her thoughts carried their usual edge, but I'm tired of Sam making all the decisions. Tired of being in a pack with him and Emily. And you're right. We don't know what this hybrid will be, so I'm with you too. Jacob felt the bonds form, felt himself becoming alpha to a pack of three. It was nothing like Sam's pack, no practiced coordination or years of working together. Just three wolves who'd chosen to stand against their own brothers because sometimes doing the right thing meant breaking the rules. Thank you, Jacob thought at them both. Now we need to move. Sam won't wait long before he attacks. They reached the Cullen house as the sun was setting. Three wolves emerging from the forest to find the vampires already assembled in defensive formation. Carlyle saw them approach and tensed, clearly expecting attack. But then he seemed to recognize something in their posture. These weren't Sam's pack. These were different wolves. Jacob phased to human form, Seth and Leah following his lead. We're here to help, Jacob said without preamble. Sam's bringing the pack to attack. Tonight, they're coming to kill the hybrid, and they don't care if Bella dies in the process. Edward's face transformed into something feral, protective. How many? 5. Plus Sam, Jacob said. Paul, Jared, Embry, Quill, and the Alpha. They'll come fast and they'll come hard. You need to be ready. Why are you helping us? Carlyle's expression held confusion alongside gratitude. You broke from your pack for this. Because they're wrong, Jacob said simply. Because Bella's my friend, and she has the right to make her own choices, even terrible ones. And because killing something before it's born, before we even know what it is, that's not protection, that's murder. The Cullens accepted their help without further question, the pragmatic necessity of survival overriding years of enmity. They positioned themselves around the house, in defensive formation, vampires and wolves working together one more time despite the treaty being officially broken. Bella appeared at the window of the house, and Jacob's breath caught. She looked like death, her skin translucent, her body emaciated, except for the grotesquely swollen belly that held the hybrid. She saw Jacob and smiled, the expression bright despite her obvious pain. Jacob, she mouthed through the glass. Thank you. Sam's pack arrived an hour after sunset, 5 massive wolves emerging from the tree line in coordinated assault formation. Sam's black wolf led them, his mental voice broadcasting alpha command that Jacob could feel even across the severed connection. Stand aside, Jacob. This doesn't concern you anymore. Jacob positioned himself directly in front of the Cullen house, Seth on his left, Leah on his right. His own alpha authority, new and untested, pushed back against Sam's command. I can't do that. I won't let you hurt her. Then you're a traitor, Paul's voice carried rage and hurt in equal measure. A traitor to the pack, to the tribe, to everything we stand for. I'm protecting an innocent life, Jacob shot back. Both of them, Bella and the child she's carrying. That's not betrayal. That's what we're supposed to do. The standoff held for long moments, two packs facing each other across the Cullens' yard, both sides knowing that if fighting started, there would be casualties. Sam's pack had numbers and experience. Jacob's had desperation and the Cullens' support. It was nearly even, which meant the battle would be devastating regardless of who won. Then Carlyle stepped forward, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "There's another way," he said. "Give us 2 weeks. Let the child be born. If it proves to be a threat, if it harms humans or shows signs of the danger you fear, then you can act. But give it a chance to prove it's not a monster." 2 weeks for the abomination to grow stronger. Sam's mental voice was harsh. 2 weeks for it to kill Bella. Why would we agree to that? Because if you attack now, you'll have to fight through us, Edward said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute commitment. "And I promise you, even if you win, the cost will be higher than you're prepared to pay. Is your certainty about a creature you've never seen worth dying for?" The question hung in the air, challenging Sam's authority, asking him to consider whether his conviction justified the casualties that would follow. Through the mental connection Jacob still shared with his own pack, he felt Seth's nervous energy and Leah's grim determination. They would fight if they had to, would die if necessary, but they'd rather find peace. Finally, Sam's wolf form took a step back. 2 weeks. His mental voice carried alpha authority and resignation. "If that thing is born and shows any sign of being a threat, we end it. And if it hurts any human, the treaty is permanently broken and we go to war." "Agreed," Jacob responded, relief flooding through him. Sam's pack withdrew into the forest, and Jacob felt the weight of what he'd done settle onto his shoulders. He'd broken from his pack, had chosen Bella over his brothers, had become alpha to a tiny pack of 3. The consequences of those choices would echo for years, would alter his relationship with Quill and Embry, and everyone else who'd chosen to follow Sam. But looking at Bella through the window, seeing the gratitude and hope on her face, he couldn't regret it. The next 2 weeks were a strange kind of hell. Jacob, Seth, and Leah maintained a constant presence at the Cullen house, rotating patrols to ensure Sam's pack didn't violate the agreement. The Cullens allowed them into the house despite the discomfort vampire scent caused, gave them space to rest and eat, and exist as humans rather than constantly as wolves. Jacob watched Bella deteriorate daily. The hybrid was growing impossibly fast, breaking her bones, cracking her ribs, drinking her blood from the inside. She was dying, visibly and painfully, and there was nothing anyone could do except wait for the birth and hope she survived it. He sat with her when Edward couldn't bear it anymore, when the vampire had to leave the room because watching his wife die was destroying him. Bella was mostly unconscious by the end, drifting in and out of awareness, her body focused entirely on keeping the hybrid alive at the expense of her own survival. "Have you thought of a name?" Jacob asked, during one lucid moment, trying to distract her from the pain. "Renesmee," Bella said, her voice barely a whisper. Renee and Esme combined. "If it's a girl, EJ. If it's a boy, Edward Jacob." The second name hit Jacob like a fist. She'd named her potential son after him, after Edward and Jacob, the two people she loved most. The gesture was touching and painful in equal measure, a reminder that he'd always have a place in her heart, even if it wasn't the place he wanted. The birth happened suddenly, violently, Bella's screams echoing through the house as her body finally gave out. Edward performed an emergency C-section with his teeth, tearing through the amniotic sac, while Carlisle and Rosalie worked to save Bella. Jacob did CPR when her heart stopped, his hands pressing against her chest in rhythm, while the Cullens fought to inject venom into her system before brain death occurred. And through it all, there was a sound, a baby crying, healthy and strong despite being born into chaos. A girl, Renesmee, the hybrid that had killed her mother to be born. Jacob wanted to hate her, wanted to blame this creature for Bella's death, for all the pain and suffering her existence had caused. He turned toward where Rosalie held the baby, intent on fulfilling his role as protector, as someone who would judge whether this hybrid was the threat Sam believed it to be. Renesmee looked at him with eyes that were too aware for a newborn, too intelligent, too human, despite their supernatural origin. She had Bella's eyes, he realized, the same warm brown, the same depth of feeling, and she had Edward's features, the same elegant bone structure, the same beauty that marked the Cullen family. And then something happened that Jacob had never expected, never prepared for, could never have imagined. The world tilted on its axis, gravity shifted, and suddenly nothing mattered except the child in Rosalie's arms. Not Bella dying on the table, not Sam's pack waiting for news, not his own heartbreak over the last months. Everything became background noise compared to the absolute certainty that flooded through him. He'd imprinted on Renesmee, on Bella and Edward's daughter, on a hybrid who was minutes old and already owned his entire world. The bond settled over him like coming home, like finding something he'd been searching for his entire life without knowing it. Every plan he'd had, every feeling he'd carried, every dream about the future, all of it rearranged itself around this tiny person. She was his gravity now, his purpose, his reason for existing. Edward saw it happen, read it in Jacob's thoughts, and his expression shifted through shock to understanding, to something that might have been relief. "You imprinted," Edward said, wonder in his voice, "on my daughter. You imprinted on Renesmee." Jacob couldn't speak, couldn't process what had happened, could only stare at the child who'd become the center of his universe in the span of a heartbeat. Sam had been right about imprinting changing everything, wrong about when and how, but right about the fundamental truth. What Jacob had felt for Bella, that consuming love that had driven so many decisions, was already fading like morning mist burned away by sunrise. Renesmee was all that mattered now. "You can't kill her," Jacob said, his voice rough with emotion, speaking to the universe as much as to anyone present. "Sam, the pack, anyone who might threaten her. I'm bonded to her now. She's mine to protect." Carlisle's expression held understanding and something like relief. The imprint bond. That's what Sam needed to know. If you've imprinted on Renesmee, pack law prevents her killing. The imprint is sacred. Bella was transforming on the table, the venom working through her system, beginning the 3-day process that would turn her from human to vampire. Edward stayed by her side, holding her hand through the agony, whispering promises about their future together. But he kept glancing at Jacob, at his daughter in Rosalie's arms, processing the impossible truth that his former enemy was now bound to his child in ways deeper than family or friendship. Jacob approached slowly, his movements careful, and Rosalie reluctantly handed Renesmee over. The moment she was in his arms, the imprint bond solidified completely. This was his purpose. This was what his heritage had been preparing him for. Not to love Bella, though that had mattered. Not to fight vampires, though that had been necessary. But to protect this child, this impossible hybrid who would need a guardian in a world that might not accept her. When Sam's pack arrived demanding news, Jacob walked out to meet them in human form, carrying Renesmee carefully. The sight of him holding a baby stopped them in their tracks, confusion evident even in wolf form. "It's born." Sam's mental voice was cautious. "Is it a threat?" "No," Jacob said simply. "She's not a threat. She's a baby, and I've imprinted on her." The revelation rippled through Sam's pack. Shock and understanding and reluctant acceptance. The imprint was sacred, inviolable. Pack law prevented any wolf from harming another's imprint under any circumstances, which meant Renesmee was untouchable now, protected by bonds older than the treaty, deeper than pack loyalty. The treaty stands. Sam's mental voice carried resignation and relief. The hybrid lives, but if she ever threatens humans, imprint or not, we'll have to reconsider. "She won't," Jacob said, with absolute conviction, "because I'll make sure she doesn't. That's what the imprint means. She's my responsibility now, my purpose." Sam's pack withdrew, and Jacob stood in the Cullen's yard holding Renesmee, feeling the weight of his new reality settling onto his shoulders. He'd broken from his pack, had become alpha to Seth and Leah, had defied Sam's orders to protect Bella, and now he was bonded to her daughter, tied to the Cullens forever, through supernatural means beyond anyone's control. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd wanted Bella to choose him, to love him the way he loved her. Instead, the universe had given him her daughter, had made him guardian and protector to the child who'd killed his first love to be born. It should have felt like consolation prize, like cosmic joke. But the imprint made it feel like destiny, like every choice he'd made, every heartbreak he'd endured, had been leading him to this moment. Bella would wake in 3 days as a vampire, would meet her daughter properly, would learn that Jacob had imprinted on her child. How she'd feel about that, Jacob didn't know, but it didn't matter anymore. His feelings for Bella were already fading, replaced by absolute devotion to Renesmee. The love triangle had resolved itself in the strangest way possible, through imprinting and transformation and the birth of something impossible. Jacob looked down at the baby in his arms, at the hybrid who was both vampire and human, who had Bella's eyes and Edward's beauty, who was his to protect for as long as they both lived. And despite everything, despite the heartbreak and pain and impossible complications, he felt something like peace. This was right. This was where he was supposed to be. And whatever came next, whatever challenges they faced, Jacob would face them knowing his purpose was absolute. He'd found his imprint, and she was perfect. Bella woke on the 3rd day with eyes the color of fresh blood, a newborn vampire with strength that could shatter granite, and thirst that screamed for human blood with every breath. But she was different from other newborns, controlled in ways that should have been impossible for someone so newly transformed. Her gift, they discovered, was a mental shield that protected her mind from Edward's telepathy, from Jane's pain, from any vampire ability that targeted the mind directly. And that shield, with practice, could extend to protect others. Jacob watched her wake from a distance, Renesmee cradled in his arms, the imprint bond, making it physically difficult to be separated from the child for more than brief periods. When Bella's red eyes found her daughter being held by Jacob Black, Her expression shifted through a dozen emotions too quickly to track. Confusion, understanding, shock, and finally something that might have been acceptance. "You imprinted," she said, her new vampire voice carrying a musical quality her human voice had lacked. "On my daughter, on Renesmee." "Yes," Jacob said simply, because there was no point in denying what was obvious to everyone present. "I didn't choose it. It just happened. When I saw her, everything changed." Bella crossed the room with supernatural speed, and Jacob's instincts screamed at him to protect Renesmee, to run, to phase and defend his imprint from the newborn vampire. But Bella stopped just short of them, her movements careful despite her obvious desire to hold her daughter. "Can I?" she asked, extending her arms with visible restraint. Jacob handed Renesmee over, watched as mother and daughter met properly for the first time. Renesmee reached up with one small hand and touched Bella's face, and through the gesture came the transfer of thoughts and images. That was her gift, showing Bella what she'd experienced, who Jacob was to her, the safety and love she felt in his presence. Bella's eyes filled with venom tears that couldn't fall, her expression transforming into something complicated. "Thank you," she said quietly, looking at Jacob over their daughter's head, "for protecting her, for breaking from your pact to keep her safe. I know what that cost you." "It was worth it," Jacob said, and meant it completely. The imprint had made everything worth it, had justified every sacrifice, every heartbreak, every impossible choice. The next weeks were a period of adjustment for everyone. Bella learned to navigate her new vampire existence, her unusual control allowing her to be around humans far sooner than most newborns could manage. Charlie was allowed limited contact, told a carefully edited version of events that explained Bella's changed appearance as a reaction to a rare disease. Her new eyes explained away with colored contacts. It was a thin fiction, but Charlie wanted to believe it, wanted to maintain connection with his daughter, so he accepted the lie rather than face the impossible truth. Jacob split his time between La Push and the Cullen house, his imprint on Renesmee requiring near constant proximity. His own pack, Seth and Leah, had settled into their roles with varying degrees of acceptance. Seth remained enthusiastic, treating the whole situation as an adventure, becoming friends with the Cullens despite centuries of enmity between their species. Leah was more reserved, maintaining distance from the vampires even as she accepted their alliance, finding in Jacob's pack a freedom from Sam's authority she'd never expected to experience. The relationship with Sam's pack remained strained but functional. They'd accepted the imprint's validity, had backed down from their threat against Renesmee, but trust between the two packs was fragile at best. Quill and Embry tried to maintain friendship with Jacob, but the schism made it complicated. They'd chosen Sam, chosen to follow Alpha authority, while Jacob had chosen to break away. The decision defined them all in ways that couldn't easily be undone. Renesmee grew at an impossible rate, her hybrid nature manifesting in development that should have taken years but happened in weeks. By 1 month old, she looked like a toddler, could walk and speak in simple sentences, her intelligence developing as rapidly as her body. The accelerated growth terrified everyone, raising questions about her lifespan, her ultimate nature, what she would become. Jacob was with her constantly, the imprint making separation painful for both of them. But the bond wasn't romantic. Not yet. Not with her still so young. It was protective, brotherly, the kind of love a guardian has for someone precious and vulnerable. The imprint would be whatever Renesmee needed it to be as she grew. Right now, She needed a protector, a friend, a constant presence who would never leave. So that's what Jakob was. He taught her things about the human world her vampire family couldn't, took her to First Beach and showed her tide pools, explained about the ocean and the forest and the life that existed in both, told her stories about the Quileute people, about her great-grandfather Charlie, about her mother's human years, gave her a connection to the mortal world that would have otherwise been lost in the supernatural existence she'd been born into. The Cullens watched this with mixed emotions. Edward struggled with it initially, uncomfortable with the idea of anyone being bonded to his daughter, especially the werewolf who'd loved his wife. But he could read Jacob's thoughts, could see the purity of the imprint, how it removed choice, but also removed ulterior motive. Jakob would never harm Renesmee, would die for her without hesitation, would be whatever she needed for as long as she needed it. Bella adapted more easily, perhaps because she understood what the imprint meant, how it had rewritten Jacob's feelings. The love he'd had for her was gone, replaced by devotion to Renesmee that was absolute and unchangeable. It should have hurt, maybe, but instead Bella seemed relieved, grateful that Jakob had found his purpose, that the complicated feelings between them had been resolved in a way that kept him in her life, without the pain of unrequited love. Life settled into a new normal through the autumn months. Renesmee continued growing, her development showing no signs of slowing. By 3 months old, she appeared to be 6 or 7 in human years, her mind sharp and curious, her personality beginning to truly emerge. She was gentle like Bella, curious like Edward, with a warmth that seemed impossible for someone with vampire venom in her veins. And she loved Jakob with the absolute trust children have for those who've always protected them. Then one day in December, everything changed. Alice had a vision that sent the entire Cullen family into crisis mode. She saw the Volturi coming, the vampire royalty who'd ruled their kind for millennia, who enforced the laws that kept the vampire world hidden from humans. And they were coming because of Renesmee, because someone had seen her and reported to them that the Cullens had created an immortal child. Immortal children were forbidden, Carlyle explained during an emergency meeting. Vampire children created before puberty, frozen in child form forever, unable to control themselves, prone to tantrums that killed dozens. Throughout history, immortal children had exposed the vampire world repeatedly, forcing the Volturi to destroy them and their creators. The law was absolute: no immortal children, ever. But Renesmee isn't an immortal child, Bella argued, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. She's half human. She grows. She learns. She has control. We know that, Edward said. But the Volturi don't. Someone saw her and reported her as an immortal child, and now they're coming to destroy her and anyone who stands in their way. The name of the accuser was Irina, a member of the Denali Coven, one of the Cullens' closest vampire allies. She'd seen Renesmee from a distance, had assumed the worst, and had gone directly to the Volturi without investigating further. Her mate Laurent had been killed by the pack months ago, and grief combined with old resentment had made her hasty, made her see threat where there was none. We need witnesses, Carlyle said. Vampires who can testify that Renesmee is not an immortal child, that she's a hybrid who grows and learns. If we can show the Volturi what she really is, they might spare her. What about the wolves? Jakob asked. We're witnesses too. We've watched her grow from birth. We can testify. The Volturi won't trust werewolf testimony, Edward said. though his expression held gratitude for the offer. But having the pack there, showing them we have allies, that might help. So the Cullens began traveling, reaching out to vampire contacts across the world, calling in favors and alliances built over decades or centuries. They needed vampires who would be willing to stand against the Volturi, or at least willing to witness and testify truthfully about what Renesmee was. Jakob's role during this time was to protect Renesmee while the Cullens were occupied with gathering allies. He stayed at their house almost constantly, his pack rotating patrols to ensure no threats approached. Sam's pack grudgingly coordinating to provide additional security despite the tension between them. The danger had united the packs temporarily, both sides recognizing that if the Volturi destroyed the Cullens, La Push would be exposed to vampire politics they'd successfully avoided for decades. Renesmee understood more than a 3-month-old should, her advanced mind processing the danger even as her emotional development struggled to handle it. She clung to Jakob more than usual, her fear tangible through the imprint bond, and he spent hours reassuring her with both words and presence. "They won't take you," he promised her repeatedly. "I won't let them. Nobody will hurt you." Over the next weeks, vampires began arriving at the Cullen house. The Denali coven came first, minus Irina, who'd fled after learning her accusation had been premature, horrified by what she'd set in motion. Tanya, Kate, Carmen, Eleazar, and Garrett gathered to support their longtime friends, to stand against the Volturi if necessary. Then came others, the Irish coven, Siobhan, Liam, and Maggie, who could detect lies, the Amazon coven, Safrina, Senna, and Kachiri, who brought news of other hybrids' existence, the Egyptian coven, including Benjamin, who could manipulate the elements with a skill that made even the Cullens nervous, the Romanian coven, ancient vampires who'd ruled before the Volturi and welcomed any chance to see them challenged, and more, nomads and small groups, until nearly 40 vampires had gathered. The house became crowded with supernatural beings, the scent overwhelming even to wolves who'd grown accustomed to vampire presence. Jakob stayed close to Renesmee through all of it, introducing her to the witnesses, showing them how she communicated through touch, demonstrating her growth by comparing her size to photos from just weeks earlier. The most important witness arrived last, Nahuel, a hybrid like Renesmee, 150 years old and fully grown. He was living proof that hybrids stopped aging at maturity, that they weren't dangerous, that they could control themselves. His aunt Huilen told his story, how his mother had died, giving birth to him, how he'd grown to adulthood in 7 years, and then stopped aging entirely. He was evidence that Renesmee had a future, that she wouldn't grow forever, or burn out like a dying star. Jakob felt cautiously hopeful as the witnesses assembled. They had numbers, had testimony, had proof that Renesmee wasn't what Irina had accused her of being. Surely the Volturi would listen, would see reason, would spare her once they understood. But Alice's visions remained troubled. She could see the Volturi coming, could see the confrontation, but the outcome kept shifting based on decisions that hadn't been made yet. Some visions ended peacefully, others ended in fire and death, the field littered with torn bodies and the ashes of vampires destroyed. The uncertainty was maddening. The packs united during this time, Sam temporarily suspending the schism between them to present a unified front. They ran joint patrols, coordinated strategies, prepared for the possibility of battle. Paul's antagonism toward Jakob had evolved into grudging respect, his thoughts through the pack mind during joint runs, acknowledging that Jacob's choice to break away, while controversial, had been made for the right reasons. If we fight, Sam's alpha authority carried through both packs during a coordination session. We fight together. Whatever differences we have, they don't matter compared to protecting our territory from vampire politics. Agreed, Jacob's own alpha voice responded. We stand together. For the tribe, for Renesmee, for all of it. The Volturi were expected to arrive in late December. Alice's visions showing snow covering the ground and the date circling around the winter solstice. The Cullens chose a clearing north of Forks for the confrontation, a place large enough to accommodate the numbers on both sides, isolated enough to prevent human interference. They practiced formations, vampires and wolves positioning themselves strategically. The witnesses would stand behind the Cullens, showing support without necessarily committing to fight. The wolves would flank the sides, a show of force, a reminder that the Cullens had allies beyond the vampire world. Jakob, Seth, and Leah would stand close to Renesmee, prepared to defend her directly if everything went wrong. Renesmee was 4 months old when the Volturi finally arrived, appearing physically around 8 or 9 years old, her mind sharp enough to understand everything happening around her. Jakob had explained what was coming as gently as possible, prepared her for the possibility of violence, promised her again and again that he wouldn't let anything happen to her. The morning of the confrontation was clear and cold, snow covering the field in pristine white. The Cullens and their allies assembled first, taking positions they'd practiced, waiting for the arrival of vampire royalty. The wolves phased and took their positions, nearly 15 of them now, including both packs, massive forms arranged to show strength without immediate aggression. Jakob stood in human form beside Renesmee, one hand on her shoulder, feeling her trembling despite her brave face. Bella stood on her other side, Edward just behind them, the family unit, visible and undeniable. Whatever the Volturi decided, they'd have to go through all of them to reach Renesmee. The Volturi emerged from the forest like a nightmare made manifest. Dozens of them, maybe 40 or more, all dressed in dark cloaks that made them look like death itself. At their center walked 3 figures who could only be the ancient rulers: Aro, Caius, and Marcus, vampires who'd existed for over 3 millennia, who'd seen empires rise and fall, who held power over all vampire kind through a combination of authority, age, and the guard of gifted vampires who served them. The guard itself was terrifying. Jane and Alec, twins who could inflict pain and remove senses with a thought. Dimitri, the tracker who could find anyone anywhere. Felix, massive and deadly in combat. And more, vampires whose gifts made them weapons, who destroyed countless enemies of the Volturi over centuries of enforcement. The 2 groups faced each other across the snowy field, and the silence was absolute. No one moved, no one spoke, the tension so thick it felt solid. Then Aro raised one hand in greeting, his face splitting into a smile that held no warmth. "Carlyle," he said, his voice carrying across the distance with supernatural clarity. "My old friend, what an interesting gathering you've assembled." "Aro," Carlyle responded, moving forward carefully to meet the ancient vampire halfway. "Thank you for coming. I understand there's been a misunderstanding that needs clarification." Aro's eyes had already found Renesmee, locked onto her with an intensity that made Jacob's protective instincts flare. "A misunderstanding," Aro repeated. "Yes, perhaps. That is an immortal child, is it not? The law regarding them is quite clear. She's not an immortal child. Carlyle said firmly. She's something different, something we didn't know was possible until she was born. She's half human, half vampire, a hybrid, impossible. Caius spoke for the first time, his voice dripping with disdain. There has never been such a thing, except there has. Edward stepped forward, Renesmee in his arms now, and we have proof, witnesses who can testify to her nature, to her growth, to everything that makes her different from an immortal child. The trial, if it could be called that, proceeded with careful formality. Aro insisted on touching Edward, on reading his thoughts directly, experiencing the truth of Renesmee's existence through Edward's memories. He saw her birth, saw her rapid growth, saw her intelligence and control. Then he requested to meet her directly. Jakob wanted to refuse, wanted to keep Renesmee far from the ancient vampire who could destroy her with a gesture. But there was no choice. If they refused, the Volturi would assume guilt and attack immediately. So Edward carried Renesmee forward, and Aro extended his hand to her. Renesmee touched his face, showing him her thoughts through her gift. Her memories of her family, of Jakob, of learning and growing and being loved. Everything that proved she wasn't the monster Irina had reported, wasn't a threat to vampire secrecy. Aro's expression shifted through fascination, delight, and calculation. "Remarkable," he said finally. "Absolutely remarkable. A hybrid. I had no idea such a thing was possible." "Then you see she's not an immortal child," Carlyle pressed. "She grows, she learns, she has perfect control. She's not a threat." "Not yet, perhaps," Caius interjected. "But what will she become? How large will she grow? How strong? These are unknowns, Carlyle. Dangerous unknowns." That's when Nahuel stepped forward, Alice and Jasper guiding him to the front. Aro's eyes locked onto him immediately, recognizing another hybrid, understanding what his presence meant. Nahuel told his story, explained how he'd grown to full maturity in 7 years and then stopped aging entirely, how he'd lived for a century and a half without threatening humans, without exposing the vampire world, how he had control, intelligence, and the ability to live peacefully among both humans and vampires. The testimony changed everything. Jakob could see it in Aro's expression, the way calculation replaced aggression. The Volturi hadn't come just to enforce the law against immortal children. They'd come hoping to acquire Alice and Edward, vampires with gifts Aro coveted for his collection. But faced with proof that Renesmee wasn't illegal, faced with witnesses, including another hybrid, he had no justification for violence. "It seems we were misinformed," Aro said finally, his tone gracious despite the disappointment visible beneath it. "This child is not an immortal child. She's something new, something unprecedented, but not illegal. The law does not forbid her existence." "Then we can go?" Bella asked, hope and disbelief warring in her voice. Aro's smile held an edge. "Of course, though I would ask that you keep us informed of the child's development. Such unique creatures should be observed, studied, for the good of all vampire kind." "We'll keep you informed," Carlyle agreed, though everyone present understood it was less request and more command. The Volturi withdrew with their characteristic drama, melting back into the forest like they'd never been there. The witnesses departed more slowly, offering congratulations and relief, promising to stay in touch. The crisis was over. Renesmee was safe. The impossible confrontation had ended without violence, resolved through testimony and evidence rather than combat. Jakob held Renesmee as the field cleared, feeling the relief flood through him so intensely his legs nearly gave out. She was safe. His imprint was safe. The future he'd been terrified of losing remained intact. That night, both packs gathered at the Cullen house for the first time. Wolves and vampires celebrating survival together. The barriers between them hadn't vanished. Centuries of instinctive enmity couldn't be erased by one shared victory, but something had shifted. They'd stood together against a greater threat. They'd protected what mattered, and maybe, just maybe, the old hatred could evolve into something like understanding. Jacob sat with Renesmee, telling her stories about the confrontation she'd been too young to fully process, explaining what her future might hold now that the immediate danger had passed. She listened with her characteristic intensity, her hand on his face showing him thoughts and feelings too complex for words, her gratitude and love flowing through the imprint bond. Around them, the celebration continued. Seth was somehow talking enthusiastically with Emmett about video games. Leah had found an unlikely kinship with Rosalie, both of them understanding what it meant to resent the hand fate had dealt them. Sam and Carlyle spoke quietly in a corner, perhaps laying groundwork for a new treaty, a better understanding between their peoples. Bella approached, carrying 2 plates of food Jacob hadn't asked for but appreciated nonetheless. She sat beside him, watching her daughter with the fierce love only mothers possess. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for everything, for protecting her when I couldn't, for breaking from your pack, for the imprint that means she'll always have a guardian." "I didn't have a choice about the imprint," Jacob reminded her. "It just happened." "Maybe," Bella said, "but you had a choice about protecting her before that. You chose her over Sam's orders, chose her over the pack, chose her over your own safety. That wasn't the imprint, that was you." Jacob looked down at Renesmee, at this impossible child who'd become his entire world, and felt the weight of everything that had brought him to this moment. The heartbreak over Bella that had felt like it would kill him, the transformation into a shapeshifter that had stolen his normal life, the choice to break from his pack that had cost him his brothers, the imprint that had rewritten his future in an instant. All of it had been necessary. All of it had led here, to this child who needed him, to this purpose that felt right in ways nothing else ever had. "I'd do it again," Jacob said simply. "All of it, if it meant keeping her safe, and that, more than anything else, was the truth that mattered." The confrontation with the Volturi had ended peacefully, but its aftermath rippled through both the vampire and shapeshifter communities for months. The witnesses who'd gathered to stand with the Cullens departed gradually, returning to their territories across the world, carrying with them the story of Renesmee and the wolves who'd stood beside vampires against ancient authority. It was unprecedented, a shift in the careful balance of power that had existed for millennia. Jacob's life settled into patterns that would have seemed impossible a year earlier. He spent most of his time at the Cullen house, the imprint making separation from Renesmee physically uncomfortable for both of them. But it wasn't the obsessive, romantic love he'd felt for Bella. This was something purer, less complicated. Renesmee needed a protector, a friend, someone who existed in both the human and supernatural worlds and could guide her through both. So that's what Jacob became. She continued growing at her accelerated rate through the winter and into spring, her development slowing slightly as she approached what would be physical adolescence in human terms. By 6 months old, she appeared to be around 11 or 12, her mind sharp and curious, her personality fully formed. She was gentle like her mother had been as a human, curious like her father, with a warmth that seemed to radiate from her despite the vampire venom in her veins. The relationship between the two packs evolved slowly towards something like reconciliation. Sam's pack had accepted Jacob's choice, had witnessed the validity of the imprint, had seen that breaking away hadn't been betrayal but necessity. The schism remained, two separate packs rather than one unified group, but the hostility faded into mutual respect. They coordinated patrols, shared information about threats, maintained the boundary of La Push together, even if they did so as allies rather than brothers. Quill and Embry made efforts to maintain their friendship with Jacob, showing up at the Cullen house occasionally, awkward at first, but gradually finding their way back to the easy camaraderie they'd shared as children. Paul remained antagonistic, but in a way that felt more like habit than genuine hatred. Jared was steady as always, accepting the new reality without complaint. Leah and Seth had become permanent fixtures of Jacob's pack, the three of them functioning as a unit distinct from Sam's. Leah had found an unexpected freedom in the smaller pack, no longer forced to experience Sam and Emily's love through the pack mind, no longer defined by her heartbreak. She was sharp and abrasive, but beneath that exterior was someone fiercely loyal, protective of her alpha and her brother in ways she'd never been able to show in Sam's pack. Seth remained enthusiastic, his perpetual optimism a balancing force against Leah's cynicism and Jacob's occasional melancholy. He'd become genuine friends with the Cullens, particularly Edward, the two of them bonding over their shared protective instinct toward Renesmee. It was strange, a teenage shapeshifter and a century-old vampire finding common ground, but their friendship worked because both were fundamentally good people beneath the supernatural complications. The treaty between the Cullens and the tribes was formally renegotiated that spring. Sam, Jacob, Billy, Old Quill, and the other tribal elders met with Carlisle and Esme to establish new terms that reflected the changed reality. The Cullens would still not come onto Quilliote land except in emergencies, but the rigid boundaries had softened. The wolves could visit the Cullen house without violating tribal law. Cooperation against external threats was now explicitly permitted rather than barely tolerated. Most significantly, the treaty acknowledged Renesmee's unique status. She was half human, a child with ancestral connection to the Quilliote people through her mother's relationship with the tribe. She would be welcome on the reservation, could visit Jacob's home, could know her heritage from both sides of her impossible existence. It was a small thing, but it meant Renesmee would grow up understanding she belonged in both worlds, rather than being confined to one. Charlie Swan remained on the periphery of all this, knowing more than he wanted to admit, accepting less than he suspected. He knew Bella had changed, knew Renesmee was something extraordinary, knew Jacob was involved in ways that didn't quite make sense, but he'd learned not to ask too many questions, to accept the carefully edited explanations offered, to love his daughter and granddaughter without demanding the full truth that might break his rational understanding of the world. Jacob helped facilitate Charlie's visits, bridging the gap between human grandfather and supernatural family. He'd take Renesmee to Charlie's house sometimes, let her spend time with the man who represented normalcy, who loved her without fully understanding what she was. Those visits were precious, reminders that despite everything, there was still humanity at the core of this strange blended family. Renesmee's growth began to slow as she approached what Nahuel had called full maturity. By her first birthday, she appeared to be around 15 or 16 in human years, and the rapid changes that had characterized her first months were tapering off. Carlisle's projections, based on Nahuel's history and Renesmee's development patterns, suggested she'd reach full maturity around age 7 and then stop aging entirely. It was fast by human standards, but infinitely slower than the terrifying pace of her infancy. The imprint evolved as she grew. What had been purely protective when she was an infant had developed into deep friendship as she aged. Jakob was her best friend, her confidant, the person she trusted absolutely. The romantic potential remained distant, something that might develop when she was fully mature and if she chose to let it. But for now, they existed in comfortable companionship that required nothing beyond presence and understanding. Jakob taught her about the Quiliote heritage she carried through Bella's connection to their world, took her to First Beach, and showed her the tide pools he'd explored as a child, told her the legends around bonfires when the tribe gathered, letting her hear the stories of shapeshifters and cold ones and ancient treaties, introduced her to Billy, who looked at his son's imprint with eyes that held understanding and acceptance, who welcomed her into their home despite the complexity of what she represented. She learned to navigate both worlds, vampire and human, supernatural and mundane. The Cullens taught her about vampire history, about their kind's nature, about the gifts and curses of immortality. Jakob taught her about humanity, about growth and change, and the beauty of impermanence. Together, they gave her a balanced understanding of the impossible hybrid existence she'd been born into. The Volturi maintained distant but present surveillance. Aro had meant what he said about keeping informed of Renesmee's development, and occasionally they'd receive formal inquiries requesting updates. Carlyle responded with carefully worded reports, providing enough information to satisfy without revealing anything that could be used against them. The threat wasn't gone, just suspended, and everyone understood that if Renesmee ever showed signs of being dangerous, the Volturi would return to finish what they'd started. But she wasn't dangerous, was in fact remarkably gentle despite her strength, careful with humans, controlled in ways that put newborn vampires to shame. Her hybrid nature gave her the best of both species, vampire strength and speed combined with human warmth and growth, the ability to sleep and eat and exist in sunlight without sparkling like her vampire family did. As spring turned to summer and summer to fall, Jakob found himself thinking less about what he'd lost and more about what he'd gained. The heartbreak over Bella felt like something from another lifetime, a pain that belonged to a different person. The imprint had rewritten his emotional landscape so completely that he could barely remember what it felt like to want Bella the way he once had. She was family now, Renesmee's mother, someone important but in an entirely different context. He'd lost his normal human life when he'd phased the first time, had lost his pack when he'd broken from Sam, had lost his first love to a vampire and a choice he couldn't compete with. But in return, he'd gained purpose, had become alpha to his own pack, small but loyal, had found in Renesmee something he'd been searching for without knowing it, a reason to exist that went beyond duty or obligation or even love. She was his imprint, his charge, his future, and that was enough. On a clear October evening, nearly a year after the confrontation with the Volturi, the Cullens hosted a celebration, Renesmee's first birthday, though she looked and acted like a teenager rather than a 1-year-old. Both packs attended, along with Charlie and Sue Clearwater, who'd become Charlie's girlfriend in the months since the crisis. The gathering was strange, humans and vampires and shapeshifters existing together peacefully, but it worked because they all shared connection to the impossible child at the center of it all. Jakob watched Renesmee move through her party, talking with her vampire family, laughing with Seth, showing Charlie something she'd drawn, and felt contentment settle over him like a warm blanket. This was his life now. This blended family of supernatural beings and humans who loved each other, despite every reason they shouldn't. It was messy and complicated, and sometimes still painful, but it was real. It was his. Bella approached as the party wound down, Edward beside her, their hands linked in that unconscious way long-married couples had. She smiled at Jacob, genuine and warm, and in that moment, he could see the friendship they'd built, stripped of romantic complication, valuable in its own right. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for everything you've done for her, for us. She's my imprint," Jacob said, which was both explanation and truth. "I'd do anything for her." "I know," Bella said. "That's what makes you perfect for this. You chose her before the imprint. The bond just made permanent what was already true." They stood together, watching Renesmee, this impossible child who'd brought them all to this point, who'd transformed enemies into family and made the impossible feel inevitable. Jacob's journey had been long and painful, filled with heartbreak and transformation, and choices that had cost him everything he'd thought he wanted. But looking at Renesmee laughing with her family, he couldn't regret any of it. His transformation from human to shapeshifter had been agony. His love for Bella had nearly destroyed him. Breaking from Sam's pack had cost him brothers he'd known his entire life. But every choice, every sacrifice, every moment of pain had led him here, to this purpose, to this child who needed him. The future stretched ahead, uncertain but full of possibility. Renesmee would continue growing until she reached maturity, and then they'd have eternity to figure out what came next. The imprint would evolve as she did, would become whatever she needed it to be. For now, Jacob was her protector and friend. Someday, if she chose, they might become something more, but that was her decision to make, her future to define. Jacob Black had been born into a legacy of shapeshifters and spirit warriors, had inherited an ancient bloodline that demanded he become something more than human. He'd fought vampires and fallen in love and had his heart broken. He'd become alpha to his own pack, had stood against the Volturi, had found his imprint in the most impossible circumstances. His story wasn't ending. This was only the beginning of forever, of the long road ahead, protecting the child who'd become his reason for everything. But for now, in this moment, surrounded by family, both blood and chosen, Jacob felt something he hadn't felt in longer than he could remember. He felt peace, he felt purpose, he felt home, and that was more than enough. Jacob Black's story was never just about him. It was about heritage awakened, about ancient bloodlines responding to threats the way they'd been designed to across countless generations. It was about a boy who became a wolf, who became a man, who became a guardian. From the beaches of La Push to the forests where he ran on 4 legs, from the garage where he fixed engines with his father to the Cullen house where he protected his imprint, Jacob walked between worlds, human and wolf, mortal and supernatural, Quileute and something larger. He carried the weight of his ancestors' legacy, the shapeshifter gene that had chosen him, that had torn apart his normal life and rebuilt it into something he never could have imagined. The imprint on Renesmee wasn't the ending he'd expected, wasn't the love story he'd written in his head during those months of fixing motorcycles with Bella, but it was right in ways that transcended wanting, that went deeper than choice. She was his gravity, his purpose, his reason, and he was her protector, her friend, her constant In a world that would never quite understand what she was, Billy watched his son with pride, seeing in Jacob the fulfillment of prophecies told around fires, the continuation of warriors stretching back beyond memory. The tribe was protected, the legends were proven true, and Jacob Black had become exactly what his heritage demanded: a guardian, a leader, a bridge between worlds. This wasn't an ending. It was only the beginning of forever, of eternity spent protecting the child who needed him, of running patrols through forests that belonged to his people. The transformation was complete. The purpose was clear. And Jacob, who'd never asked for any of this, had found peace in accepting what he'd become: the protector, the alpha, the imprinted. His story would continue as long as Renesmee needed him, but for now, it was enough simply to exist, to protect, to belong, to run.